the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet!
What a shot.
Shot on the third leg.
That is a real steal.
Raman's had a go at the double. Offers Atkins the opportunity. And he takes it with a 101.
Shot on the fourth leg.
Asks
Jamie
himself how and
Atkins.
why. We know it's the greatest hits album, and that's it.
Shot on the third leg.
He went treble 20, and then went straight for the bull, and then he got the bull.
It's tops now then for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on
and
the
his
third
finishing
leg.
is top
Chaz
notch.
Barstow.
3 from 4.
118 for Wild to take the lead. Double top. Oh, that's
Game shot on
superb.
the first leg.
That is
Nil
superb, because there
Wild.
was signs of vulnerability at points in that opening leg.
This has been fabulous. Can he just guide that dart on top of the first? Of course he can, because he's playing like a dream.
Game
That
shot. And the match.
is Richie Howson.
That's the question, isn't it? Who will be crowned king tonight as we have another finals night here at the Modus Super Series? We are encroaching on Champions Week as well. Week 10 will be completed this evening, all live and free on Pluto TV. Hi there, welcome along to another Saturday showpiece here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where 6 players are going to fight it out for the £5,000 winner's cheque, the trophy, and of course that coveted place at Champions Week. For many of them, it would be a first taste of victory on the stage, and I'm sad to say that the man alongside me is going to have his last taste of this place this evening, certainly in a professional capacity anyway. Glenn, your last night, how are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, I won't lie, a little sentimental. I won't show it, and that's because I've loved every single minute of every single match of being here. A brilliant team, friends being made, but more importantly, it's just been a great start. And I'll always be forever grateful to the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, grateful to have you here as well. We'll talk more about that this evening, but let's get into the business of the players. 6 of them have made it through. Here is who is in action tonight. The Riddler is back into Saturday night with unconventional finishers and super scoring. The Belgian speedster seeks his first weekly title. Chaz Barstow is back with a bang. He nearly hit a 9-darter en route to his 10th weekly final and looks in fine form. It's weekly final number 10 for Richie Howson. The Legends League champ is yet to pick up a weekly title. Maybe tonight is the night for the Owl. It's been an eventful week for Neil Wild, who came close to winning Group A on debut. He qualified via Group B, and victory tonight would be Wild. Relentless, high-scoring and never shy of a big finish, Jamie Atkins has come close but has never picked up the trophy. Will this change in Series 13? And Zeverboom reaches Saturday night for the first time in his career. He's improved day on day this week and looks to end it with a boom. So that's who will be playing on the stage behind us tonight, but let's show you how they got there. 3 groups played across the course of the last 5 days, starting with Group A. On Monday and Tuesday, it looked like Neil Wild was going to be an easy winner of that group on debut as well. What a debut. But on Wednesday, he only won 1 match. Brian Raman only lost 1 match, and that's how Brian got over the line.
Yeah, I'm delighted for Brian Raman. I think he's a really talented player, and it's not that I've not told him before. I think his skills and abilities are there to be questioned. You can just see that 140 finish, his highest of the week. Sometimes maybe his preparation, his mentality has been a bit of an issue for me, but very, very good player.
Yeah, and it's already a landmark week for Brian Raman. He's joined a rather exclusive club here at the Modus Super Series. That is players that have 100 or more victories. These are just 100 in front of Glenn Durrant now, Brian Raman. Chaz Barstow is in action tonight. Glenn is on 95, so he could get to 99 this evening and then just needs one at Champions Week to make it as well. But looking at that list, we're seeing a few players on there, the likes of Cam Crabtree, Dimmy Van Ski, Derek Coulson, some of whom have gone on to get tour cards. Derek winning a challenge tour just yesterday, who maybe when this came here 3 years ago wouldn't have been the names you would have expected to have been there.
Yeah, it's a great roll of honour, it really is. And when I think of the Modus Super Series, I do think of the likes of Neil Duff and Steve West, who's here next week, looking to replicate what Neil Duff do. But getting 100 wins is absolutely superb, and that's the quality the likes of Brian Raman and Chaz Barstow are all about. But that's really good for them to see.
Yeah, plenty of quality came from Chaz Barstow in his Group B campaign this week. Ended up topping the table pretty comfortably as well. He got through 12 points, 10 for Richie Howson in second. Neil Wild did get through. We'll come on to that in a moment at the expense of Johnny Barnes, Devon Peterson, just the one victory for him. But Chaz Barstow was the standout player in that group. Really good stuff.
Yeah, best player of the week. He tops all the statistics when you look at him. He's a player who I've watched for a few years now. When he came onto the PDC Tour 2021-ish, he was putting in 105, 110 averages. I've also seen him on that stage not be anywhere near his best. There's been reasons behind that. But he spoke really well after victory yesterday, and we've very nearly seen something special from him as well, because he's a very special talent based on a foundation of 180 hitting.
Yeah, and he's kind of put the old debate to bed, hasn't he? Because we just saw him there hit a 147. So what's harder, a 147 or a 9-dart finish? Well, Chaz Barstow proved that a 9-dart finish is slightly harder, because he couldn't quite complete it, but that's how close he was, Glenn.
Yeah, and listen, the fact that that dart went above the double 12 as well, it was a well-thrown dart. I'm telling you, when he threw that dart, I think he thought it was in.
What have you made of Richie Howson this week?
Started slowly. Again, we had the good chance of speaking with him. There's reasons why he's not playing as well as he was, but he finished fantastic well. In fact, his game 5, his opening game of last night, he lost to Chaz Barstow, and in commentary said he has to be immaculate from now, and boy was he. He finished like a train. He could be dangerous tonight.
And also said I'd come back to Neil Wild. Let's do that now, because many might have thought after the day he endured on Wednesday, it'd be very difficult to pick himself up and maybe question the experience, the bottle, but he showed it by getting through, didn't he?
That was the narrative we were going through yesterday, because it was looking like for a long period of Group B, he was the player who was going to miss out with Devon Peterson. But you've just used the word bottle there. Let me tell you, he demonstrated it fully, because he was superb to get through. He, beaten Johnny Barnes as well along the way, and rightfully deserves it. He cannot take the smile off his face. He's on debut. He's so excited.
Yeah, I think Johnny Barnes does deserve an honourable mention as well, doesn't he? 22 ton-plus outs across Group B, and he contributed to plenty of those.
Yeah, he's of course, he's near me in the North East Darlington. He's a real ambassador for us, and yeah, he'll bounce back.
Right, in Group C then, it was Jamie Atkins who got through. He had a torrid start to the week, actually, in Group A, but really did dominate Group C. Zeverboom, Zeverboom going through with him. Connor Patterson with a decent debut performance as well, just missing out. But let's talk about Jamie Atkins, because I think it's safe to say, Glenn, that he's really grown into this week.
Yeah, I was amazed with his Group A campaign. Not sure the reasons why he was so poor in that, but he felt like going into Group C. Another player who spoke so fantastically well after he won the competition, because he is a seriously good player. I like Jamie Atkins, and I thought he was the standout player in Group C, and that proved to be in the end. He was head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, in terms of winning the group, it went as expected, but it was a real pick-em for second place. In the end, Zeverboom, rather emotionally as well, sealing that spot. What have you made of him?
I like that word, emotional, because even just speaking to him tonight, I mean, he cannot believe he's here on a Saturday night. It's a dream for him. He works hard. He goes to a lot of the ADC competitions. I've been looking at his history. I mean, he was at the Global Champs as well last year. He's just very workmanlike. He comes from a real Super League team with the likes of Danny Van Tribe, Damien Mollem, but it's about him tonight. I just think it's a step too far, but well done in qualification.
So just to recap then, the 6 players in action this evening. Coming through as a Group A winner, Brian Raman. From Group B, Chaz Barstow, Richie Howson and Neil Wild on debut. Jamie Atkins back at finals night. Zeverboom, here for the first time. Just looking at that field, Glenn, what kind of evening are you expecting tonight?
I think it's the most open field in Series 13. I think if I was one of those 6 players, I'd fancy my chances. Chaz Barstow has been the best player. But as we know at the Modus Super Series, qualification's one thing, Saturday night's a different thing. I think it's really, really open.
Well, in Group 1 tonight, round-robin format, they each play each other once. The top 2 go through, of course, to the semi-finals. It's Raman, Howson and Zeverboom. Group 2 pits Barstow with Atkins and Wild. In either group, is there any player you fear for and any player that you think should make it safely through?
Yeah, I think the top 2 in both of them 2 groups there would be the 4 players I would expect to get to the semi-finals. An excellent opportunity for ZZ and Neil Wild. But like I said, if I was Raman, House and Barstow, I'd be really fancying my chances tonight.
Where's Dozzer's pound going for the evening?
Well, I'm saying it's my last one as well, and I think the crowd might be able to hear us behind here, so let's see if it gets a reaction. I'm going for Jamie Atkins.
Okay, right, let's see how much that pound would return for Glenn Durrant. Jamie Atkins, 7-2, £3.5 you'd win. Glenn, you'd be happy with that, wouldn't you?
That will get me home to Middlesbrough tonight.
Chaz Barstow goes off as favourite. I guess you're not surprised by that, but is there anything you are surprised by on that list?
Yeah, I think Richie Howson's the value, 9-2. The way he played at the back end of Group B, the way he spoke, he had his preparation, everything worked out there. I think the value's with Howson.
Let's just tell you then the fixtures for this evening, the order of play for tonight's group games. It will kick off with Brian Raman taking on Zeverboom Zeverboom in Group 1 before Chaz Barstow takes on Neil Wild in Group 2. The way that the groups and the prices are done, the bookies are kind of expecting the last 2 matches tonight to be to win the group, but we have seen over the course of the series that these players that haven't been here before can really throw a spanner in the works.
What I would say to people watching is that a Saturday night just feels so different to the other 4 days that they had. It's about getting qualification. They've done that. That round robin, that knockout feel, that's what creates the stories. I'm sure there'll be another story tonight.
Glenn, I was going to say enjoy it, but I do know Henry Deacon's waiting in commentary for you, so just try and tolerate it.
There's always one bad thing, yeah.
It's 18+, gambleaware.org as always. Right, the first match is about to get underway, and it is Brian Raman against Zeverboom Zeverboom, and the aforementioned Henry spoke to both players.
Zeverboom, great to see you here on Saturday. We spoke earlier on this week. You said this was the objective, this was the aim, this was the goal. So how pleased are you to be here?
I'm so pleased. I'm so happy. Yesterday when I saw the game from Salate, because if you lose, I was qualified. I was so emotional. Everything come out, and I was so happy, so happy.
Just tell us what qualifying to Saturday means to you.
A lot. I played a year for this, the ADC, pub qualifiers, everything. Went 3-4 days from home for play and qualify for this. And my goal was like a dream. I wanted one time be on the Saturday night, and I did it. I'm very happy.
In terms of the way that you played this week, how would you describe the darts that you've thrown?
Ups and downs, mixed feelings. Some games very good. Some games can be better. But played good enough. Otherwise, I was not on this Saturday night. So I think I play good enough for the year. So.
Just finally, do you dare to dream to win it?
Oh, I don't want to think about it. If I'm gonna think about this, maybe I'm gonna play less than what I did. So I gonna enjoy and see what is going to be tonight.
Go well. Good luck, Zeverboom. We look forward to watching you.
Thank you.
Brian, fair to say, a dramatic affair on Wednesday, but pleased enough to win Group A?
Yeah, I'm very pleased. It wasn't the best of Group A's that I've played, but I got there in the end. So,
where'd you say your game was at this week?
It's been awful. Hopefully tonight will be much better. I've been practicing well the last 2 days. I didn't sit back and just relax. I had a good few days of practice to work some tweaks out of my throw, but hopefully tonight everything just clicks together.
We were kind of talking earlier on this week. This is a little bit like starting again to a certain extent for yourself because you haven't been played too much recently.
Yeah, the last 5 months I've played like maybe 10 tournaments or whatever. I haven't done much. I've been working very hard, and darts is just not the main priority anymore. So this week it's just been a free roll, but if you're in Saturday, you just want to win it.
I know you played Qs, I know you played Challenge Tour this year, but did this actually feel like the beginning of the season for yourself this week?
Yeah, because I've been not playing for a month, I think. Then I had a few competitions the last 2 weeks to try and get myself ready for this. But before that, I didn't play much, so this is the new start of the season, yeah.
You've had a couple of close shaves here in the past. You've made a couple of finals. How much would you like to finally get over the line this time around?
Well, if I make a final today, then it's 3 times the charm, isn't it? So hopefully I made a final and then it will be lucky.
Right, wish you all the very best. Go well. Good luck out there, Brian.
Thank you.
Man here looking at 1-3-2. He's looking for another one of them. Oh no! Oh yes! He does!
1-2. You know that I'm one of the hardest ones to spot.
See, we're nearly called the old Bill there because that is crossing the line.
We're going to see another. Oh, what a time! What a time to reel in the fish!
Really? Really?
James on the fourth leg.
In darts, it's not always about what you do, but who you are as well, and you just have to show it.
Yeah, looking to solve the puzzle here at the Super Series this evening, Brian Raman. It's a missing piece for him, the Modus Super Series silverware tonight. The question is, can he cross the line and take the trophy this evening? His opponent in the opening match of the evening, Zeverboom, who you heard from there, rather emotional to have made it through to finals night for the first time. Full focus for him. Brian Raman, all jokey and jovial. That's probably a little play in itself, you know, the fact that he's showing he looks comfortable on the stage, a twice weekly runner-up, whereas ZZ, well, he's going to have to produce his top game if he is going to go further than the group stage tonight. Refereeing this evening, Anton Mays, who's done a fabulous job at the Live Lounge so far, and let's hope we have an amazing evening, eh? Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant will help us provide it.
First leg
Thank you, Murph, and a very good evening, everyone.
Game on.
Well, week 10 was labelled a land of opportunity before a dart was thrown. And for somebody like Brian Raman, who's hit a couple of posts here in Portsmouth in the past, you'll probably see this as the best opportunity he may get to win a week here in the Live Lounge. Taking on today's Zeverboom, the outside of the 6, perhaps one of the stories of the 6. For him, victory tonight would be the biggest thing he's ever achieved. For a man, this would be a step back in the right direction.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that analogy, really. I was
81.
slightly disappointed with his interview there, Brian. I think if I was a player, Henry, tonight, I'd be delighted to hear the rhetoric coming from him there, because it's almost like you've just got to tell yourself a little bit of a lie. It's almost like you've got to remind the players that you're heavy in practice 45. And playing fantastically well. Because you mentioned the Informed Challenge Tour in January. He was averaging over 105 in a game against Alan Norris there.
41.
Terrifically talented. Very interested to see how he deals with tonight.
Yep, sometimes have to tell a fib or two here and there, Glenn, just like me saying I'm going to miss you once you depart tonight.
I've seen the tears. I've got the champagne.
Enjoy that. That was Lidl's finest. Raman, 6 darts at 182 to win the opening leg. In a very good position, leaving himself on 48. For Zeverboom, a slow start to proceedings.
72, Brian. You require 48.
Yeah, and the strategy's clear when you've got the darts. Just hold your throat.
32.
It's a nervous look to the scoreboard there. But ZZ, we're back on 146.
Which isn't going to go, and so Raman will get free in hand
56.
to take the opening leg.
Brian, you require 16.
Well, he said he's not playing fantastically well this week. And it's a 19 dart hold to throw And it was great to see that, the support in
Second
from
leg is
Belgium.
Cerezo to throw first.
Family
Game
and
on.
friends, and also for Zizi as well, as a group of family and friends. So the support is there. Another great
40.
crowd in here tonight, as you can see, just behind. And as you mentioned there, I just think it's a really open field tonight, and someone like Raman should really fancy his chances.
140.
He's got one of the best CVs.
He has, but as you know all too well, CVs don't necessarily win you prizes. Just have a look at the
74.
first couple of weeks of this series, and Steve Green and Keanu Van Velzen won back-to-back quickly titles, and that's got to be the inspiration for Zeverboom tonight. However, if a man's going to carry on doing things like that, this game could be over rather quickly. Threatening the break is the Riddler.
135.
Yes, his 11th 180 of the week. It was a bizarre Group A that he won. It was dominated by Neil Wild, who we'll see
96.
next against Shaz Barstow. It was a 19 dart hole to throw the first one. A possible 11 dart A for Raman.
44. Brian, you require 85.
We know he's got these gears and he's got these purple patches in him, and this is where tonight becomes a different beast. You can afford to really sprint clear. And he's
Game
sprinting
shot in the
clear in
second
this one.
leg.
12
Brian
darts
Raman.
at 2-0. Breaker crew. That's his little pocket of support. They've made their way over from the lowlands to the
Third
south
leg is
coast of
Brian
England.
to throw first. Game on.
And when you're such a quick player like his, I mean, he said he played rubbish in Group A. He averaged 81, which was good enough for him
90.
to get that qualification there. But he's known ZZ for a long time. I looked at my records. There was nothing on the head-to-head.
140.
But he advised me that he's known him for a long time. In fact, ZZ texted him this morning, already trying to get into his head, he said, and they know each other's game very well. But
52.
Raman said, it's a game I should be winning.
Well, it's the quintessential case of you won't see anything on record on tour, but they would have played so
96.
much locally that they probably played each other more than Brian's probably played top players. That first start's really beginning to hit, isn't it? And as a result, big scores are correlating.
And not just the first dart, Henry. I thought you were going to mention that the fact that his grouping looks so good, which is a really good sign for Brian Raman. Zeverboom is on a finish. But Raman still in control of this leg. More control if he can find that treble.
59. Zereso require 170.
We've seen a man hit one or two big fishes on this stage. Is ZZ going to make tonight go boom?
145.
It looked oh so easy
Brian,
for
you require
ZZ.
120.
But Raman, looking at Shanghai, just taking his time. He can go some crazy ways of finishing. He's gone traditional.
80. Zereso, you require 20.
Pitches it high, and so Zeverboom will get a first look at the outer ring in this contest.
Game
No
shot on the
mistake on the
third
double
leg.
eight.
Zereso
And the game back up
7.
throw at 2-1. We mentioned it last night. These best of 7
Fourth leg
games
is Zereso
can
to throw first.
change so quickly. The man
Game
looked
on.
in control, but if Zeverboom holds here, we're all of a sudden back on terms.
96.
Yeah, I was having a little look at Zeverboom's sort of career. He's got a highest average of 91.65 against Niall Cullerton. Did play Q School in 2020. Good victories on the Challenge 2 against the likes of Alexander Merckx,
45.
Tom Sykes and Scott Waits. But I think the first time I really watched him play, Henry, was at the ADC Globals. He didn't get out of his group, but did beat the Aussie Adam Leake.
140.
Yes, our Australian friend who became rather popular in Portsmouth when he was here.
77.
Making a World Cup debut in June. Taking the place of the ever-present Simon Whitlock.
85.
Yeah, we're just behind the comms boxes, just sort of behind the crowd. And Brian Raman did pop his head in early because I thought he was going to go on to be Lakeside champion in 2022.
57.
I remember a game where he absolutely demolished Jared Cole. And what I remember about that game, apart from how bad Jared Cole was how noisy the crowd was.
96.
The crowd was so for Jared. He averaged just shy of 98, Brian Raman, from there. And I thought that was a performance he's going to kick on from. Losing out to Richard Vainstra in the quarterfinals.
However, Richard
Brian,
Vainstra
you
looked like a
require
man on a mission at those
136.
championships. Averaged 104. And actually in that game against Brian, in the last leg, missed double 12 for what would have been only the second ever Lakeside 9.
100. Zereso
He's
require
dominated this game, you
105.
feel. But Zeverboom, if he can check out in this 105, would have a level match. That's unlucky. You can see a little hints of frustration
64.
there. This feels like the first big moment of the night.
2 ATs to make it 3-1. Big dart. And
18.
Potentially a significant miss. Zeverboom back for 2-2. Remember, he was 2-0 down.
Yeah, 2 from 8 on the outer ring for Raman now. 50% so far for Zeverboom. Nick, that's 75%. His double are working tonight. 2-2.
Back on terms. And Raman may feel as if he's missed a trick here. As you can see, 2 from 8 on the doubles. 6 opportunities missed to not just go clear in the game, but to win the game, if we're going to be perfectly honest.
And the mindset for the players right now, Raman just almost looked
60.
like he was querying the situation. How can this match be 2-2? I've been the better player. And for Zizi, he'd be thinking the exact opposite. You know, I've been second best in this game, but I'm level.
94.
The Dutchman will be the happier of the two right now.
Look, this is all an absolute free hit for Zizi. Anything he does
55.
tonight, to a lot of people from the outside looking in, will probably be beyond expectations.
And that's the one thing I would say to him: don't think like that, because when you admit
100.
to something like that's my benchmark, I'm happy with what I've done, you don't kick on. It's a loser's mentality. What he needs to be thinking: what an opportunity
58.
I've got tonight, and I haven't seen anything from anyone, barring maybe Barstow, that I can't do.
57.
Those are the types of opportunities. I know Raman's still got a sizable lead on throwing this leg, but speaking about in a couple of big trebles here, we just asked the question.
Well, Zeverboom has
100.
beaten Brian Raman this week. The head-to-head in the 3 games they played was 2-1 to the Belgian. And they're the kind of things that go in the mind. Once again, I like that. He's just taken a second just to assess the situation. He's 30 points clear plus these.
$52.
Now all of a sudden, if the Dutchman can hit a 140 here.
58. Brian, you
So
require
Raman
138.
will feel like from here he's got 6 on the 138. That's under the proviso that ZZ does not take out the big
62.
fish.
Cerezo require 170.
Well, he's left that interesting 76 finish where he knows he's going to get at least a dart. So this leg, even whatever Zeverboom does from here,
60.
he'll feel he's not out of it yet. This is not a gimme.
Because it's only going to be one dart at double 18.
40.
And that dart at double 18
Cerezo,
sells
you
wide.
require 110.
The doubles are hurting him. Missed dart at a double is now up to 7. This is a big moment. Treble 17 for double top. Feels big.
70.
Width of a wire.
Brian, you require 36.
Oh, Raman has had darts win every single one of the 5 legs in this contest. But if he misses this double 9, he could have found himself 3-2 down, but he manages to come up clutch. 1 away, 3-2 to the Belgian.
6-legged Cerezo to throw first. Game on.
And this is not the type of performance from Brian Raman. I associate him being quite flamboyant.
100.
But did you see the focus, the reaction with that double 9? And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Brian Raman. I'm used to seeing him go for fancy ways to do certain finishes, laughing and joking. This feels like business. You can see him saying to himself, come on. I like
100.
what I'm seeing from Brian Raman right now.
I get the sense that perspective has helped Brian quite a lot.
60.
But maybe some of the things he did in the past, yes, it might have been fun, yes, it might have been flashy, but it's been to his detriment. Sometimes
57.
conventional can pave the way towards success, and sometimes strimming it back to basics. You've seen it from other players in the past, where sometimes just bringing it back. Look at Ricky Evans, for example.
60.
Slowed the pace down a little bit, and then he had a very good season thereafter as a result.
Well, as shown in diagram B there, because you can see in 5 to 10 seconds, that's not something I associate with Brian. When he's at his best,
92.
you know, like the top dart players do. I mean, this is a man who's been a finalist at the Dutch Open. He's played in 9 BDOWF ranking finals. He's been an England Open champion. He's averaged in excess of 100 many, many times. but just hearing him speak, and darts is not the priority.
58.
I'm not practicing a great deal, but the talent never leaves you.
And I think you've also got to be honest as to where this
43.
level is. This is still the amateur level. For most players that play here, they've got a 9-to-5 job. They've got other things that go on in their lives. And sometimes, yes, you want to be the best version of yourself, but sometimes you've got to bring yourself back into the realms of reality.
59.
Yeah, just signs that the frustration is getting the best of him. And that's because ZZ is averaging late 70s at the moment.
58.
Raman is shaking the
Brian,
head. Now I would say to Brian,
135.
this is an opportunity.
89. Cereso,
Good
you're quite
pick off
80.
with the last to leave himself on a single to double. But ZZ's going straight for tops. And he gets,
shot in the
and he
sixth
takes us
leg.
the
Zeverboom,
distance.
Zeverboom.
Well, I'll tell you what, that took some courage in that situation to do that. Zeverboom comes up
Seventh
clutch,
undecided
and
leg
we're
is
going the
Brian to
distance
throw
in a game that
first.
Raman should have had in his ledger
Game
by
on.
now.
Incredible.
40.
Dominated this game, and that reaction, that understanding that this game could still get away from him.
58.
And what he mustn't do now is panic. You've got to stay disciplined. You've got to keep still believing. The fact that these darts are going under the desired target, but that
122.
dart 2 and 3 is a super response.
Well, he's piling the pressure on Zeverboom, but he doesn't look as if he's wilting.
180.
First 180 of the game, and maybe he's just timed it to perfection.
60.
That felt ultra quick. Zeverboom just finding that one single
96.
treble. It's enough. Raman is in a world of mush right now. This is where your mind is. That the negative is just jumping on the shoulder saying,
100.
how have I thrown this away?
167.
6 darts and 167.
100.
He will more than take that. What a last dart that was.
Dart of the match.
134. Zereso
Down
67.
to the wire. What an unbelievable first dart. Second match dart.
Game
Boom,
shot.
boom.
Zereso Zeverboom.
What an incredible game that was. He was second best for the majority. A player who's awfully admitted he's living his dream tonight by qualifying for Saturday night. Could that dream become a reality of him taking the title? That is a big win. Brian Raman dominated the statistics right through, but the checkout ratio was advantage Zeverboom. Big win. Work to do for Raman. We go to Group 2. It's Chaz Barstow versus Neil Wild.
Welcome back to the weekly finals here at the Modus Super Series, where Zeverboom got it done in a decider against Brian Raman in a huge result to open Group 1 tonight. The finals night first timer Zeverboom winning that match 4-3 and piling the pressure on Raman from the start. Attention now then turns to Group 2 with Chaz Barstow on his 15th finals night at the Super Series, taking on Neil Wilde, who is there on debut. And Henry Deacon has been speaking to both men.
Neil, you've had a smile from the very start of the week. It's not left your face. I just get the sense that you've enjoyed every single second of this experience here at the Super Series.
It's been tremendous. It's been unbelievable. Best week of my life darting wise, and I want it to go a bit further.
What's been the highlight?
My 161. I think that is under pressure, needing it, and it just gave me that extra oomph that I needed to get through.
Just tell us a little bit for the viewers at home, your story to get yourself here to the Super Series.
Well, I started playing ADCs last March. Struggled at the start, but towards the end of the year I started to pick up, and I finished in the top 32, and I won the, I think it was a Series 14 qualifier. And yeah, here I am now.
In terms of this week, Group A was superb up until Wednesday, but you were still able to regroup in Group B. Was it a case of just going again and almost, I suppose, forgetting what happened in Group A?
Yeah, it's one of those. It happens in darts. Some you win, some you lose. Can't let it bother you. You know, I had another crack at it, and this time I got over the line, you know, and I couldn't ask any more. 8 points is brilliant.
You told me on Monday that this is like your World Championship playing gear. So getting through to the Saturday, have you got many in supporting you tonight?
No, just that my partner, she's come down to give me the support. She's all the support I need. She's been my support network through a hell of a lot, and I owe her a lot, Ellen. So let's give it her tonight, you know, let's do it for her.
And finally, what would winning mean?
The world. This is my World Championship. From this, who knows where I can go.
You've been a delight, Neil. We look forward to what you play tonight. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chaz, fair to say, signs of your very best at times in that Group B the last couple of days.
Yeah, really happy with my finishing, my shooting out and my scoring especially. It's been pretty on point.
Took you a game to get going in Group B, but once you did, it just felt like the Chaz Barstow of old.
Yeah, it usually takes me a little bit of time, but once I'm sort of in the groove and I'm flowing, it's yeah, it felt quite natural, so I was really happy, yeah.
Last 6 months have been really good to yourself, haven't they, darts-wise?
Yeah, decent. I've put a bit more sort of effort in and been going to a few more bits, and it seems to be paying off at the minute.
And particularly for yourself, this would be some way to kickstart 2026 if you're able to have a good night tonight, I suppose.
Be a fantastic start, yeah. It's just what I needed, really, so kick on for the end of the year and another shot at Q School.
Because there's a lot your way. I know, obviously, you skipped the Challenge Tour this weekend to be here, but there's plenty of things in different avenues for yourself. We've seen you dabble a bit with the ADC. Obviously, you're a part of the England side. So there's plenty for you to get your teeth stuck into this year.
Absolutely loads. It's non-stop. We've got County, we got England. Like you say, the ADC Windmill Tour I'm going to try and commit to, and then all the rest of the Challenge Tour. So loads on this year, yeah.
I get the sense you're playing the darts you're enjoying playing.
Yeah, I am really enjoying it, and that's why I'm going to try and put a bit more effort in and to try and attend more of these events. So yeah,
twice a winner, wouldn't mind a hat trick, right?
Be great, wouldn't it? Let's see, wait and see.
Right, wish you all the best, Chaz. Good luck out there.
Thank you, Henry.
Finding that 1-2-7 to level the game, but has Barstow got a match-changing shot here? The bullseye for the 1-6-7, hitting Rob Collins where it hurts.
Doesn't have to go 20s here. Treble 10 or treble 18 will do very nicely indeed. There is the treble 10 to tee up tops. What a finish. What a performance this is.
Chaz a chance at this one, 4-3. 83 left. It's on. Double 16. Oh, what a shot there.
Yeah, he's been the standout performer of the week, hasn't he, Chaz Barstow? Excellent form in a Group B campaign in which he averaged north of 92, hit 8 Team 180s and won 6 of his 8 matches in making it through to another finals night. And I say another because this is his 15th finals night appearance. And as Henry mentioned in the chat there, he's a former weekly winner as well. Expected to win this opening match, but he's just heeded a word of warning if he was watching the screen in the practice room when Zeverboom Zeverboom got the better of the favourite Brian Raman in the previous one. And Neil Wild, well, he has been absolutely beaming ever since he entered the building on Monday morning, and try wiping that smile off his face. That's what Barstow is tasked with. Well, he nearly gave us a 9, didn't he, in the Group B campaign? Maybe he can go one better tonight. Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon will be on the microphones for it.
Thanks, Murph. Game 2 of the night between Barstow and Wild, and following the upset in the first game, there might well be some value on Neil Wild because he's 11-8 with the odds compilers. Chaz Barstow 8-15, and if Neil plays like he has done at times this week, Glenn, he's in with a sniff, isn't he?
He certainly is. How likeable, by the way. Just probably one of my favourite interviews. He just has not taken that smile off his face. The fact he thinks that this week is like his world championship. It's been the best week of his starting life. You know, we try to tell people about how good it is to be here at the Modus Super Series. And that kind of story reels hell, but he is up against a player who is just, well, he's playing some beautiful stuff. And expect to see more 180s as well, because he hit 18, Henry, in 8 matches. He is on fire.
Well, we said it before and we said it again. Chaz Barstow at his best is one of the most powerful scorers we have here at the Live Lounge. And he's setting the tone already, leaving himself on a finish after just 9 darts.
100.
And he's going to get time and space. He's going to get 6 for a routine holder throw to get his nightly campaign underway.
40.
Yeah, as Chris said there, that warning's there. We expected Brian Raman to win his opening game. So it's just a little reminder that you've got to be careful. And that felt a little bit scruffy, that setup there from Barstow.
100.
It's brought Wild back into this leg. And it's those types of finishes to open it up. Treble 19.
And look at Neil in the background, eager like a beaver to get back to the board.
29. Neil, you require 104.
Well, that is a real stinker. What a dart that is. I was about to say he should have gone treble 16 with that second dart. Proved me wrong. Barstow should be closer than this. He's only going to get 1 dart. 54 points left. Big 14. Just the 1 dart at tops. That's all he needs.
On the first leg, Chaz Barstow.
A leg he dominated. We can see so many times that he almost threw that one away, but that was a classy
finish. Second leg is Neil to throw first.
Well, a week earlier than expected, Jesus has resurrected himself in the church.
$140.
Jesus Salate in the crowd, very much fixed into the action and having a look through his social media.
93.
You're on the telly.
As you can tell, very interested in the action.
Oh, he's watching Pluto TV live and free.
So what you're saying is he's double screening.
Is that what it's called?
Either that or he's doom scrolling. And Neil Wild, if he's not careful, could find himself in a dooms-like position.
81. $41.
Yeah, just taking a time here, Neil Wild. That treble 20 with his last dart made him full control. And even without looking at him, you can see he's a little bit tense in the shoulder. And that last dart, that's something to look out for. So he's someone who does really extend his arm when he's throwing a good dart. But he's got the occasional flicky dart when he's under pressure. He's under more pressure now.
Neil, you require 115.
However, just the 1 treble needed to leave himself a dart of the doubles. Look at the 25 with dart 1. And this has become a bit of a mess. What a real mess.
Well, very similar to what Barstow did in the opening leg where he was dominating it. Is he going to be punished? Just needs to be careful going on the big 20 there.
112.
Could have very easily bust the score.
You require 95.
Decisions to make for Wild.
decided to play safe, but straying wide. And so Barstow will return for 24, looking for the break and a 2-0 lead, which will put him in cruise control of the contest. No mistake whatsoever. And this is the type of clientele that if you play here at the live lounge, you're going to find yourself up against when you get to a Saturday night. And Neil Wild is finding that lesson out the hard way so far.
Is he enjoying the match just too much as he's trying to motivate him? That smile is almost like, I can't believe I'm here. And what I would try and say to Neil Wild is this is an opportunity. He's demonstrated some real quality this week. On debut.
100.
A crazy Group A that he was involved in. But just the one win on Wednesday saw Brian Raman take it in the end.
93.
That man in your picture, Chaz Barstow, is a different beast.
I don't know if you agree with me, Henry, though, that he's been the best player in qualification, but it doesn't always transfer into the Saturday night. It feels like it's a second competition.
Well, we've seen it in the past. For 25 weeks, the player who won Group A, who on paper we called it the best player of the week because they've come through the hardest group of the week, never tends to win on a Saturday. Derek Coulson broke that curse, and now everybody seems to have done it.
$60.
Yeah, it's a tall order here for Neil Wild because he's going to have to break the throw here for Barstow. And he effectively taken the throw.
81.
And what you've got to say to yourself as a player here, and this is the kind of practice routines that players should be doing, is 201 in 6 darts. This is something where it's so much repetition that you're almost sick of the game. But when you then come to a big moment like that, the subconscious tells you about all those hours of practicing that.
Well, everything Neil Wild has done has culminated in this particular moment. On this particular night.
I think what would frustrate Neil is the fact if you said after 2 legs, Chaz is going to be averaging 80.
Chaz, you require 132.
He would have taken that earlier. But there's an opportunity, despite that, to be leading 3-0, especially if he hits this bullseye. It looks awkward.
107. Neil, you require 81.
He shuffled across to the right-hand side, and unfortunately his last start went round the same part of the board as Wild looks at double 6 to reduce the gap back down to 1.
Game shell
Big dart. He knew if he missed that, he was in a world of trouble.
4th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
He's trying to be angry, isn't he? But he's also got that smile on his face. It just doesn't quite work out with me.
I know exactly what it's like because I can't be an angry individual. And every time I'm angry, I end up smiling as a result of it.
Can we make this about Neil and not you?
Says the guy who the first question tonight at the top of the show was about himself.
I was asked the question.
1-0.
No questions about that. That's his 20th of this week. His scoring prowess and power is up there with the best we've seen on that stage.
135.
Little Rice shaking the head. Barstow missed double 12 for 9 dart
100
on Thursday night. Only a couple of times have we seen one on a Saturday here. Once by Danny Van Choi, once by Lee Evans, and that one coming only a couple of weeks ago, the latter.
60.
Yeah, good moments now for Chaz. Even better with that first dart. There's been no one scoring bigger than him this week.
180.
All on a pinhead.
Potential 11 dart breaker throw, and he'd then have the darts in the next to get the job done. Needed that 140 just to leave himself on something near Wild. But it may be insurmountable because Barstow misses tops and 10s, and that was a 3-1.
You require 131.
It feels like a scoring for sure moment. It's a tough 1-1-3-1, but it's on treble 13. That would have left double 16. The mouth opens wide. That was an opportunity.
Chaz, require 20.
He won't expect to be back now.
He shouldn't be back. He shouldn't. But he is.
10.
This can't continue, can
40.
it? No. No, it doesn't.
Shot on the 4th leg. Neil Wild. Fifth leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
That was your chance for a Mick McCarthy moment there, and you blew it. Good stuff. And very similar. Can I take you back to the first game? Brian Raman ran into a 2-0 lead, a player we expected to win comfortably. He felt the better player in those 4 legs. Here we go again. Chaz Barstow, we expect him to win this game comfortably. He goes 2-0 up cruising. Neil Wild now level. Are we going to have the same outcome at the end of it?
Well, Chaz Barstow, a man from Winchester's, hoping that this wild purple patch just blows over.
$76. $140.
Good.
He's one of the best here with it.
Yeah, 2 from 10 on the doubles is clearly the reason. But the belief that Wild could win this game is
100.
Evident now. Not an awful lot to separate them, but it's still advantage Barstow.
$100.
And look at what he's doing. He's leaving himself on handy finishes after 3 full visits to the board. He's forcing Neil Wild to be good, leg in, leg out, which is further adding
Chaz, you require 88.
fuel to the fire when it comes to some inconsistencies at points. 3-2, 14 darts at Barstow, 1 away.
That's so just typical of Dart, isn't it? He's fluffed his lines, he's messed around with doubles. And then he gets a difficult 88 finish with the opponent sat on a finish himself, looking ridiculously easy. Barstow 1 away.
57.
And already an opening against the throw for Chaz. Dry start for Neil, door ajar for Chaz.
If you were asked the question to begin the night to pick a winner,
85.
Would it have been Barstow?
I think the 2 players come through this group 2, then meet again in the final. Chaz Barstow and Jamie Atkins.
100.
Basically, Group 1's irrelevant. It's all about Group 2, in my opinion.
There you go. Let's turn the production off, everyone. Henry Deegan has spoken.
96.
Talking about you speaking as well, just before the show started on Pluto TV, doing a little MC job, warming the crowd up. The multifaceted
60.
Henry Deegan.
A multi-something, Glenn, that's for sure.
140.
Needs a big one. Could do with another.
140.
Fair play, Neil Wild. Both players round about that 90 average now, which is a good sign of a really solid performance.
59. Neil, you require 144.
A rarefied slip there from Chaz Barstow. And even still, he's left himself a 1-2-1 after 12. It's not a bad leg by any stretch of the imagination, but he's just opened up the door here for Neil, but he hasn't been able to take advantage of it.
Well, he's going to get a match dart. That match dart is a bullseye.
86.
Last couple of nights, they would have gone. There's just been 1 or 2 little wayward ones when he's having a poke at a double. And as a result of it, Neil Wild should have had a dart at the ball, but misses the big number. And so Barstow's back,
70.
2 in hand to win the game for 2.
35.
He's back to that trusted double 10.
Game shot.
He was the
And
bookie's favourite
Chaz
going
Barstow.
into tonight. He's been superb this week. He was asked some questions in that game, was Chaz Barstow. But once again, he has the answers. He looks relieved as he goes up the stage. But fair play to Neil Wild there. He once again demonstrated his qualities. He'll have to be at his best in his final game. We go back to Group 1 next. It's Zeverboom against Richie Howson.
Chaz Barstow made a strong start to Group 2, a 4-2 win over Neil Wild, and the experienced operator takes early control of his group. There is confirmation of that result and the one before it. Zeverboom beating Brian Raman 4-3, and now he's going to be back in action against Richie Howson. Zeverboom looking to upset the apple cart and book his place in the semi-finals with a win. Richie Howson out for the first time tonight, and Henry Deacon has been twooing with the owl.
Richie, fair to say hard work this week, but I bet you're happy enough to get the job done and to get through to tonight.
Yeah, over the moon, Henry. It's great to be back here on a Saturday night. It was a tough group Thursday and Friday. Wasn't sure whether I was going to get through it. Ended up second place, so yeah, all's good.
Fair to say the typical Richie Howson roller coaster, some ups and some downs this week.
Yeah, it really has been. As I say, at times I've been atrocious, and other times I've been really good. So, but as it says on my shirt, never give up, and that's me down to a T.
However, last night it looked like your best night, particularly the numbers back that up. Do you feel like you're peaking at the right time of the week?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've come into tonight so confident now. Even just now having a practice, it just all feels really good. So, yeah, it's good to do it now instead of Monday and then go downhill.
And the dynamic's completely different tonight. And for yourself, this kind of plays in your hands a little bit. People in the arena, something to feed off.
Yeah, it's. I just love the atmosphere on a Saturday night. I think the strange one's going to be for Neil, because Neil hasn't experienced this before. I don't think Zizi has either. So it'd be nice to see how they go with it.
We spoke it before. Of course, you've won the Legends League here in the past, but to get the main one in the main series, that'll be a weight off the shoulder. I can imagine you can get it done tonight.
Yeah, obviously it's. It was fantastic win the Legends League. That was great, but to win a normal series week, I think it's going to be the pinnacle of being here, really, just to get into Champions Week and have a bash with everyone else. That'd be great.
I wish you all the very best. Go well. Good luck, Richie.
Thanks, Henry. Thank you.
What a shot there from Richie Howson. Finds the treble 20, double 18 for a break and throw. Well, tops required now for a 145 checkout. Oh, and what a shot that is.
2 darts, the double 16. And Richie Howson.
Back to Group 1 now then, and this match really could decide the shape of the group. Zeverboom taking on Richie Howson in the second match of Group 1. There he is, the Owl, who spoke well about how he's turned around his week, was flying high last night and maybe is peaking at the right time. His opponent, Zeverboom, behind him. Well, he made a really strong start, didn't he, with that decider win over Brian Raman. Another victory here would see him top the group and move straight in to the semi-finals. The 35-year-old from Rotterdam living the dream at the Super Series this week. But his opponent, though, is one of the most efficient finishers in the field this week, operating at a high level, almost 40% on the double, significantly higher than his opponent. And if he gets chances, you'd expect him to take them. That could be the difference. However, if Zeverboom wins, he is through as the group winner. Richie Howson, well, if he wins well, he could be through as well. As you can see, there, a 4-0 or 4-1 victory would secure qualification for Howson. Back to the team in commentary then, talking you through this one. It is Henry and Glenn.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, looking forward to this one. And it was great speaking to Richie Howson in the early hours of this morning, because he sounded very positive. He openly admitted that he started slowly because he hasn't been playing as much competitive darts. He's had some personal news as well that really hasn't meant that darts is as important to him. But there was just a moment last night, and I said, Henry, that he looked really dejected as Chaz Barstow beat him in the opening game of day 2 in Group B. And I said he had to be immaculate from then, and he was. And even in his practice start, I don't know if you picked that up there, he did hit a couple of 180s, and I'm just thinking that it's making me look stupid here. I just had a feeling that tonight maybe, just maybe, his night.
Well, he's going to have to be a little bit better than that if he's going to.
100.
But it's certainly been a case of Richie Howson getting better as the week has progressed. And he was saying this is kind of a litmus test as to where he's at this present moment in time. The senior's not being around anymore
100.
and not chasing any kind of ambition to be associated within the Challenge Tour system or go for a tour card or anything like that. So
41.
if he wants to know how fine-tuned his game is, this is going to be the place that's going to test it.
Yeah, just as you were talking there, Henry, I did not like that last dart from ZZ.
135.
Don't see any reason why I got the bullseye in that position. I'm trying to take 50 points off it to see if there was a reason. Just almost like a lazy dart.
100.
But there's nothing lazy about his opening performance. He was second best for the majority of that game with Brian Raman. And I also think the big winner, apart from Zeverboom, was Richie Howson, because he'll have fully expected Brian Raman to win this game.
140.
He just keeps scoring like he is. And the way he spoke there, like I said, this could be a very, very profitable night for Richie Howson.
Well, he gets through if he wins it big, and the reason for that is a 4-4-1 win means that Zeverboom cannot catch his legs difference. Howson looking at 60 and 6 from here to get an opening leg break. Awkward, has to look at the left side.
Game.
Does
Shot
exactly
on the first leg.
that. Finds a way for the
Howson.
middle, leads 1-0. There's Lynn, Richie's wife.
Second leg is
Always
Richie.
by
to
his
throw
side
first.
whenever he's involved in big events like
Game
this. And when he was plying his trade on the seniors, it was very much a team effort.
Yeah, I spent some really nice time with him, actually. I think they're a great couple. He had incredible support at the Circus
100.
Tavern. He literally was walking there and walking back. But 100.2 average in that first leg equates to a 15 dart breaker throw.
81.
Things are looking good.
Well, me and Paul Nicholson were speaking on Monday and Tuesday about the impact Richie actually had on the World Seniors Tour when it was around. He literally came through a qualifier for the
45.
first ever World Championship. And the butterfly effect from it, which is quite ironic considering he's nicknamed the Owl, was quite something. Because he went from a qualifier to being kind of one of the first
100.
names on the draw sheet. And in a tour which had the likes of Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Trina Gulliver. You mentioned some of the big names that have played there in the past. And some guy from Middlesbrough who occasionally played in the odd
60.
event. Well, how nice is that? Generations, young and old, enjoying the darts at the live lounge. But
100.
look, Richie Howson, towards the end, people coming to watch him, perhaps over some of the other legends in the game.
Yeah, he was the story of the seniors. I think if it had been continuous, I think Derek Coulson would have been... He'd have took some
60.
stopping going into that. But he openly admitted last night... that he's not as match sharp, but...
100.
So you feel confident. But one thing that is happening tonight is Zeverboom is playing nicely. I didn't expect him to win a game tonight. But each time I sort of look statistically, he's round about that mean average for the
So
week.
require 120.
It's nothing earth-shattering, but it's just been effective enough in this kind of clientele. Tops or 120. I'll tell you what,
80.
that nearly pierced the treble. He was
Richie,
actually
you
quite
require
thankful that did bounce out.
153.
No reaction there from Richie Howson, but that could have been a real bizarre moment tonight.
97.
So
Zoresso
bust
require
140.
40.
He was excellent in his doubles in his first game. Hasn't been his strength this week. Is he back to the problems that he's been having on the doubles?
Richie, you require 56.
It's a 2-0. Remember, Howson with 4-0 or 4-1 would qualify. It would put him halfway towards that point. However, a verified slip from the Owl. It's just knocked him off course, knocked him off stride for a second.
40.
You've got to be honest. The double 16 never looked likely.
5.
He was fidgety. He wasn't really sure what he wanted. Just needs to be careful with this first dart. Smack bang in the middle. Now you can relax at that double 2. That looks awkward.
3.
Well, that's a big
Richie, you
opportunity
require
spurt there from
16.
ZZ. got away with it at times against Brian Raman because he was 3 from 12 in terms of his finishing, the Riddler. But Richie
14.
Howson's also missing. Sometimes you need a bit of class. Sometimes you need just a bit of luck. Zizi's certainly getting the latter, and he provides the class there. He levels up at 1 apiece, but boy, is he getting away with 1 or 2.
Third leg is Cerezo to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, did not expect those misses there from Richie Howson because he's looked
38.
confident from the moment he came in the venue tonight. He said the practice in the players area has been first class. But a sign of a real top place is to put that behind you. It's one of those legs.
100.
Just get back pummeling that treble 20 bed.
$100.
And if you're ZZ right now, you would have seen what Brian was doing against him in terms of fluffing his lines. He would have seen Richie Howson miss opportunities.
123.
Are you suddenly thinking, is the mindset of ZZ thinking, people ain't putting me away here?
I think you're absolutely spot on, actually, Henry. That's exactly how he'd be thinking. There'll be nerves. It's a dream of his to play on that stage on a Saturday night in front of a crowd. But we've seen so many times that those dreams can turn into nightmares very, very quickly. He was second best against Raman. Yet he got the win in the end. He's watching Howson, probably in that back room practicing amazingly well. He's level, finding the trebles. It's easy looking top.
Well, Howson's not going to find the 138, which means he cannot buy a brand new shirt tomorrow.
85. Cerezo require 83.
Zeverboom 83, ironically.
Bullseye. Takes a moment.
50. Richie, you require 53.
Well, he fluffed his lines in the previous leg, Richie Howson. All the catalyst was the fact he missed the big number. I was about to say that, Henry. At least it's now going to give him the option to go away from tops back to his beloved double 16. But we saw what happened last time on double 16.
21. Cerezo, you
Once
require
again,
33.
ZZ is getting opportunities that perhaps he shouldn't be getting. And he knows how important this is. Remember, if he wins this leg, Howson cannot qualify here.
15.
But now he's blown a chance.
Richie, you require
15 missed starts at a double so far between the pair of them. And increasing. This can't continue, can it?
Game shot on the third leg. Richie Howson.
I don't know what you're trying to imply.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Howson breaks, leads 2-1. And is halfway towards victory. And if he can win these next 2 unanswered, then he will be able to qualify through with a game to spare. But there has been a fair few haphazard darts thrown by the Owl in this game.
Well, that was a rerun of his first 3 darts of this match. The very low 1, the 5, but the saving the treble. Zeverboom, he knows where that treble 20. He knows where the 180s. 2 180s in this game, both from the Dutchman. Did I say 2?
Now we're getting to the good stuff.
100.
Well, ton there for Zeverboom, but if Howson can pile in something tangible, he's favoured to win this leg on throw. Well, what a response to an Emma's first couple of darts. Prior to that one at the single 19, he was 6 perfect darts, effectively.
Yeah, did you see that dart move, though, when he threw? So, hence the reason why he went down to the 19s. Players like this type of finish. He'll use that as a guide. He'll just nestle on top of it. He'll look at double 18. He will smash double 18 in because Richie Howson is a wonderful player.
Fifth leg is Cerezo to throw first.
ZZ was allowed opportunities early on in the contest, but Howson looks as if he's in no mood to be toying around now. 3-1 up, and if he gets the job done in this leg, he qualifies through to the semi-finals with a game to spare. And all of a sudden, it's ZZ's head that could be on the chopping block.
83.
Then be hoping for Richie to do him a bit of a solid against Brian in the final game of this group.
81.
Yeah, if you're a Brian Raman, would you have wanted ZZ to win the game and you've got to decide against Howson?
I think they're easier games to play than looking at legs.
135.
All of those sorts of scenarios. Because you play the game within a game as opposed to the match itself.
100.
He finds that treble 20 when you least expect him to. Now, we had this conversation last night where he should go downstairs.
59.
Because he throws an incredibly flat dart. It's when you see the eye line of the dart there, the term the understacker dart.
80.
His ideal miss is just underneath that treble, because he'll guide this one straight into the treble 20.
60. Zereso require 140.
Possibly opportunity missed here for Richie. And now the treble bed's completely obscured. Cannot nestle away through, but if he finds this one 6-4, he qualifies through with a game to spare. He's not going to find. He has to hope that Zeverboom misses what should be at least a dart at tops to bring it back to 3-2.
Zereso, you require 80.
His strategy was tops previously. Change of strategy. Is it a strange of outcome?
60.
Well, Howson took out the 116 in the previous leg. Is he going to wrap it up with a 104? Need to find a treble 18 for that to happen. Not to be. And so Zeverboom, free-handed double
56.
10 to keep us guessing in this group.
1 from 11 on the doubles.
Game show
Make
on the
that
fifth
2 from
leg.
12. And the little fist pump to boot. He is pumped tonight.
6th leg is Richie to throw first.
Well, it hasn't been the greatest game in terms of the finishing stats. As you can see there, 2 from 12 and 3 from 11 respectively. And it has to be said, it's a evening so
60.
far where no one's really taken the bull by the horns.
I just think Chaz Barstow's had his nose ahead of the rest of the field for the majority of the week. I mean, staggering amount of 180s in that Group B campaign. Came into the night as the bookies' favourite, and rightly so. I thought it was a really solid win against an impressive Neil Wild. He's the one that shone for me.
$95.
And we're speaking about Richie Howson potentially qualifying with a big win here. As Zeverboom gets the break, he has the darts to qualify himself, and it would mean that last game, as you mentioned, between Howson and Raman in this group would be a shootout to see who makes it through to the semis.
Yeah, that's why I love this round robin. Base this on a Saturday night. So many twists and turns.
How'd you say that again?
$81.
I'm trying. Well, no, I'm gonna be nice tonight to you, Henry. I won't mention Robert Rickwood in a round robin.
140. Richie, you require 118.
118 for the match. And a 4-2 victory. Beautiful guy for the treble. Unable to utilise. And so Zeverboom
58.
looking for Big Un to take us all the way.
149.
Yes, you'll see manoeuvre around the board if the treble goes in. It doesn't go in. And Howson has that flat dart where the double tops will be wide open for him. But he knows he's going to be under pressure. And the longer Zizi takes, the quicker that Howson wants to get to the hockey.
Richie, you require 60.
Dart 1's half an inch under. That's the perfect guide. Now it becomes awkward. Pick a side.
20.
Clips the wire, and ZZ's still in it.
He went central in the end.
Zereso, you require 12.
Modus Super Series is full of stories. Zeverboom was the rank outsider tonight. Is he going to be a leg away? His doubles have been awful in this match. Can he find a beauty?
No score.
That felt tight.
Richie,
and
you require
could be
40.
that for ZZ. Howson free and hand at tops to give himself the best possible chance.
Game shot.
And he makes
And the
no
match,
mistake
Richie Howson.
whatsoever. Richie Howson comes off a 4-2 winner against Zeverboom. It means just a couple of legs against Brian Raman to be good enough to see him into the semi-finals. It was hard work at times for the Owl, but he's off to a winning start. He gets the better of Zeverboom by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, we're going to see Jamie Atkins for the first time tonight, and he takes on Neil Wild.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where, as he so often does, Richie Howson has delivered when it matters. Here on finals night, a 4-2 success for him against Zeverboom. Zeverboom leaves him in a very strong position to make it through to the semi-finals. But we are now going to turn our attention back to Group 2, and Neil Wild is in need of a victory to keep his hopes alive. He takes on Jamie Atkins, the final competitor to take to the stage tonight. And before he gets there, let's hear from him talking to Henry.
Jamie, fair to say a week of 2 halves for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great Group A campaign, but Group C was just what I wanted.
What flipped the switch for yourself, do you think?
Belief. I know my own ability, and I went into, like I say, I went into Wednesday with a reset, knowing that Group C was a fresh start.
To a certain extent, how important was getting off to a good start on Thursday to kind of reinstall that belief?
Yeah, get rid of the demons off my back and just go, do you know what? I'm here to win the group.
Into another Saturday night. You've had your close shaves in the past. How much would you like to kind of get the monkey off the back?
I've wanted it a few times. I really want that tonight. And there's no reason why I can't.
And for you, this would be a great kickstart to the season. We've mentioned earlier on this week, darts is a little bit different for yourself this year. So would this be the big thing for yourself in 2026?
Yeah, like I'm not doing Challenge Tour this year. I didn't go to Q School. This for me this year is the big one.
And to get yourself through the Champions, that kind of also to a certain extent kind of prove that you can still mix it with the elites at this level, even if you're not maybe competing as much with them.
Yeah, as Nico says, I look rusty on Monday, and this just wants to show me that I'm not as rusty as he thinks.
Right, wish you all the very best. Go out there, Jamie.
Cheers, Emery. Thank you.
Offers Atkins the opportunity. And he takes it with a 101. Asks himself how and why.
And he should now get a match dart from here. He's going to get one, and it's going to be at double six. And gets double six. Shot 18. Leaves the bullseye. Le hit.
Game shot in the first
Le
leg.
magnifique.
Jamie Atkins.
Game and then come back tomorrow, play 5 games and try and figure something out. Oh, he's figuring something out here. He's figured it all out.
Shot in the first leg. Jamie Atkins.
Yeah, welcome back to the Super Series action where Jamie Atkins has now made his way to the stage ready to launch a bid on finals night. He's going to take on Neil Wild. He'll still be smiling, won't he, even if this is the end of his debut campaign. But the pressure is very clear for Neil Wild now, the Wolverhampton man enjoying a dream debut, but after losing his opening match, he now has to respond because defeat would end his campaign here. Jamie Atkins arrives with a big opportunity now. A solid week in the end, 12 wins from 25 matches, most of them coming from his Group C winning campaign, but confirmation that Neil Wild would be eliminated with a loss. However, if he does win this match 4-0 or 4-1, that would guarantee him qualification. As for Atkins, simple as that. Win and you are in, and Neil Wild would be eliminated from proceedings. And guiding you through the action, it is back to our top team in commentary, Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. And so Jamie Atkins, the final player to enter the fray on this Saturday evening. A week of two halves. Full Payne did not go to plan whatsoever for the Midlander, where he'd finished bottom of the table, picked up just 8 points over the course of 3 days, but then a rather comprehensive winner of Group C, in fact, doubling his points total in that particular group. In terms of the week as a whole, it was okay. Average of 85.02 over the course of his 25 matches. Doubling at around about 31%.
86.
So it's okay, but we also know there's a lot more in the locker. A man who has made it through to a weekly final before. That came in October 2024.
28.
When he lost out to John Henderson in the final of Series 9, Week 7. Got the better of Cam Crabtree to get there. And for Jamie,
96.
you get the sense that there's players that are knocking on the door of weekly titles and good players that haven't won yet. And I think he's one that you can very much put in that bracket.
125.
Well, he's certainly my pick if you'd have asked me the question on Monday morning. However, when asked the question tonight, when you're taking into the fact that he's made the decision not to go to Q School, he's made the decision not to play a Challenge Tour, and I think Paul Nicholson was spot on. He looked really rusty in Group B. I was surprised to see him sat in the place that he was because he's a terrific player, a finalist on the Challenge Tour. He's got a ceiling of 107 average on the Challenge Tour as well. He's represented his country. He's one of those players where
59.
You know good things are going to happen to him, but I'm just not really sure where his game is at right now. But I thought he spoke well with you yesterday and fancies his chances tonight.
54.
Well, Neil Onfro's got off to the better start. Left himself on 94 after 15. Not the paciest of opening legs.
78.
Big save for the last there,
Neil,
just
you
to recover
require
the visit.
94.
Well, Neil Wild knows how to beat him because he beat him on Monday and Tuesday, so he won't be afraid of the situation. He'll go down to the 19s, back to the bull, and back to a 1-0 lead. That is absolutely superb finishing.
Wild 1-0 to the good. Both Wolverhampton Wanderers fans, these pair.
Game on.
I think they prefer Rob Edwards a little bit more than you do, Glenn.
Below the belt, that one, isn't it?
Championship belt.
96.
He was quite bullish tonight when I spoke to Jamie Atkins, and I always sort of go back to
140.
Let's go back to the number 1 seed at the BDO. I won't say his name. And he said, I've come to Lakeside. I know I can't lose it.
43.
And it was just almost like it was too much bravado. And I'm just thinking the same with Jamie Atkins tonight. I said, I've done the worst thing, Jamie. I've tipped you to win it tonight. He said, don't you worry, Glenn. I am winning it.
I get the sense he's playing a little bit more of the shackles off this year. He's not making the commitments that he did a few years ago. I was mentioning it with Trina on commentary yesterday in Group C that a couple of years ago, he looked like one of those players that could well be the next cab off the rank. He was doing well on the Challenge Tour. He was getting his Pro Tour invites. He was more than acquitting himself there. Ah, the angry fish. You won't know the story behind that, will you?
No, I haven't a clue. It said angry ginge.
Well,
58.
Scott Mitchell
Neil,
called Jamie Atkins an angry
170.
fish, and it's stuck ever since. Usually he's better with cattle than he is aquatic animals, but each to their own. He named a cow after me this week.
81.
I nearly swore there.
$96.
Murph introduced.
You require 89.
Neil Wild will not be able to take the smile off his face, whatever happens. Be frustrated on 89. You should be getting at least a dart at the bullseye
Jamie,
there.
require 108.
Atkins with an opportunity just to get himself going tonight, because this has been a very slow start. But in darts, you always get opportunities.
76. Neil, you require 48.
And so this for 2-0.
$32.
That could be a big opportunity. And the first time this
Jamie,
week we have
require
seen
32.
any kind of reaction like that from Neil Wild.
There was a big reaction from you there. It was a big shake of your head, and I don't think either of us really fancied that to go in. But Atkins, nowhere near his best tonight. This is tough. He's gone to the left, he's gone to the right, maybe just looking at that double 11 just below it.
24.
Just like Zerezo
Neil, you require
Zeverboom
60.
had at times tonight, Neil Wild is getting opportunities at a double. However, it's one thing having opportunities, it's another thing taking them.
12.
Incredible.
Jamie, you require 8.
9 missed darts at a double between them. We haven't even got the second leg won yet. Unbelievable scenes here. Jamie Atkins was talking so bullish about tonight. I'm here to win, he said. Not throwing darts like that, he's not.
One left.
Game.
Just about sneaks into the top corner. And that was the look of a very relieved man, let me tell you. Neil Wild 2-0 up.
Third leg
halfway
is
towards victory.
First. Game on.
Can I just add an extra to that, Henry? Jamie Atkins' final game is against Chaz Barstow.
$100.
And that going back to that double 2, let me tell you, he was going for the left-hand side of that double 2. It crunched into the tungsten of dart 1 and 2.
134.
And that last dart there, way above, way below, and then straight in the treble 20. Good things are happening for Neil Wild at the moment.
49.
Well, remember, Neil Wild wins this game 4-0 4-1. He will qualify through to the semi-finals. You won't have to nervously watch the final game of this group. He can prep for a semi-final. He just won't know in what order. That first dart is that perfect for more.
85.
Yeah, you don't even have to watch where the darts are going. I'm telling you, watch the follow-through of Neil Wild. When it's extended to the max and comfortable, you know he's throwing it well.
59.
When he's jabbing, that jabby dart can often be his last dart. You watch the follow-through of this arm. Look at the body movement of that first one. That's someone, for me, who knows he's 2-0 up thinking, that's the adrenaline. That's the aspect where, never mind the technique of how to throw a dart, that's where your body's doing different things. And all you can see him behind there trying to relax.
100.
It's almost Jockey Wilson-esque.
24. Jamie, you require
You
108.
read my mind then. Well, he's been here before in the 108. He likes to go on the 19s, needs the treble. So 70 points left.
42.
Again, disappointing, but no dramas. Wild's way back on throw.
Returning for 66, but he's having more than a word of himself. Not happy whatsoever. However, if he sees what's in front of him,
44.
he'll see some signs of encouragement.
You require 66.
Because, okay, he's not playing well, but his opponent is just beginning to think about one or two things here. To get himself in the game. Really good finish. And that might just be the spark for Jamie Atkins. That's Jamie's lad.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And I'm just thinking, you said that could be the spark for him, Henry. It wasn't necessarily the fact that he played beautifully well there. Just what happened to Neil Wilder. That's what happens 58. When you can see the winning post. He's taking his time now. He's trying to get that breathing aspect. Can he go from Jockey Wilson back to the Neil Wild that is so relaxed on the hockey?
100.
Although a couple of darts in that previous leg looked more like Jackie Wilson than Jockey Wilson.
Do you remember that on top of the pops?
140.
Well, it was about 20 odd years before I was born, but I have seen the clip.
83.
How old are you? Just looking at that receding hairline of yours, is it?
25, 57. But I feel about 40.
So you're going to look like Neil Wild in about 2 years' time. Wowzer.
98.
The only reason I look as young as I do is because I'm using those hair regain things. Just think about how much older I would look. Anyway, that's looking good.
180.
Has he found something from somewhere? Because he certainly likes a 66 finish.
50.
It was
Jamie,
treble 10, double
66.
18 last time. No dramas. 17. That's why I don't play no more. Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth
Luckily,
leg.
Jamie Atkins knew what he was hitting. And we are back on terms. 2-2. And Neil Wild might feel as if an opportunity spin let slip here. It was 2-0 up, in control, got edgy in leg 3, allowed Atkins back in it, and now he's been pegged back.
123.
But now that winning line is not in the face now. Maybe that's the opportunity for Wild to relax again, because that's his best 3 darts for a while.
58.
And because Atkins got to 2 legs, if Neil was to win this game, he'd still have to sweat in the last.
100.
He looks comfortable again all of a sudden. It really is so easy with this mic in your hand when you're analysing and looking at players. No need to analyse that. That is magnificent.
$100.
Teetering towards a finish after 3 visits to the board near Wild. Atkins will leave himself on a finish after 3 visits to the board.
Yeah, good board management there. Really like it, but he's going to be under pressure with that 1-2-7 because Wild has found something.
Jamie, you require
A beautiful setup play as Atkins looks at treble 20, needs the treble 19, gets the treble 19 for Bull.
94. Neil,
He
you
knew
require
the second he
40.
threw that dart, it was going nowhere near the target. Opportunity for Wild to re-establish his lead.
Aim shot on
Flick
the
off
fifth
the
leg,
flight to the
Neil
14 darter. Neil Wild 3-2 up. A leg away for victory. He would still need to rely on
Sixth
certain
leg is
things
Jamie
to
to
happen in
throw
the final
first.
match of the group.
Game on.
But he is setting himself up quite nicely. And for Jamie Atkins, he has got it all to do here. And that's probably the most frustrating
100.
thing. Jamie's done all the hard work to get himself back in it. It was 2-0 down. Looked a disconsolate figure when he was 2 behind. Gets himself back on terms, and then he'd probably feel as if he let Neil have a little bit of an easy
135.
ride there.
But I'm sure it's part of the learning process for Neil Wild. If he looks at leg 3,
140.
the excessive movement, the jab he throw the dart. When he's in this position again, he can manage that better. That's the one good for him. He's come through it. He's looking a lot more relaxed. Now,
55.
he knows that this leg is not the be-all and end-all because he'll throw first in that decider.
$91.
Leaves himself on the big fish. The angry fish.
Well, I'd like you to commentate as in the style of an angry
140.
fish
Jamie, you require
on this 170.
170.
Treble 20. No, it doesn't go. That's an angry fish.
84.
Angry, I'm fuming. Again, just trying to
55.
slide that last
Jamie,
dart
you
into the
require
treble 20.
86.
Are we going the distance? Treble 18. So 74 points left. He can stay there for treble 18, but he's got a wide open treble 14 there to look at. Treble 14 it is. What a dart that is. Under the circumstances, that is some
Jamie
finish.
Atkins.
3-3.
Gutsy, classy. And all of a sudden,
Seventh and
Neil
decided
Wild
leg
is
is
in a
Neil to
position
throw
where if he
first.
loses this leg, he is out.
Game
He's had
on.
control of this game. It's felt since the very first dart. He hasn't trailed at any point in this game. But if Atkins can break him here, it'll be a heartbreaker for Wild. His dream week, his World
140.
Championship, in his own words, will be coming to an anticlimactic end.
It was such a slow burner of a game.
131.
But it's been a fascinating conclusion to this one. And 2 treble star for the pair of them. Will mistakes be
43.
punished? Because that is an error.
This is where Jamie Atkins has to use all of his experience and jump right in.
100.
Tongue's okay, but Wild's still very much in the leg.
The fact he's not as match sharp, Henry. The more legs he's getting in the bank is the better he's going to play. Or is the wily character of Neil Wild going to find some magic from somewhere?
180.
Well, he's been playing more active darts than Jamie Atkins because he's playing vaults left, right and centre. He's left himself on a finish, Atkins, after night. Both players have left themselves on a finish after night.
This could be the greatest 138 of all time. It's on. Just gives himself a moment. Mustn't bust. That was a nervy dart, but he got away with it.
170.
Well, this would be some way to qualify, and this would be some heartbreaker for Neil Wild, but the 170 isn't going to go. And so Wild returns to tops to win it and to keep his hopes
95.
afloat.
Neil, you require 40.
What an up and down week Neil Wild has had. Should have won Group A. Got through Group B in the end. Is he on the cusp of qualification? Big dart.
20.
Is that the last dart
Jamie
Neil Wild
requires
throws
75.
tonight? Because Atkins is back for 75 to pitch it, and with it, pip him to the post in terms of a semi-final spot. Is double top for the match, is double top for the semi-finals. He only needed one dart, and that's the only time he led that contest, but it doesn't matter. The only time it does is at the very end. For Neil Wild, a fantastic debut campaign. The week of his darting life ends at the first hurdle on Saturday evening. The first person to greet Jamie Atkins is his son. And that family affair will continue into the semi-finals because he's got the better of Neil Wild by 4 legs to 3. And do you know what? Sometimes in sport, there's bigger things at play than just what you see on the stage. And that, some beautiful pictures there. So Atkins into the semi-finals. Next up, Richie Howson takes on Brian Raman.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group 1 is about to come to a close, and the matchup is between Richie Howson and Brian Raman. Richie needs just 2 legs to get through, whereas Brian Raman, having lost his opening game to Zeresto Zeverboom, must win to qualify. Zeverboom, watching in the practice room, would qualify if Howson were to win, or if Raman were to win big, 4-0 or 4-1, and he would go through. So that puts you in the picture. The equation is clear, but the pressure is huge, and guiding you through the action is back to Glenn Durrant, who's alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. We're just getting over that last game, and that was an absolute beauty for Jamie Atkins never to lead that match. Brian Raman might have a smile on his face, but it'll have been a long 45 minutes to an hour since his last game, a game he dominated against his good Dutch friend. He's got a very, very difficult task now because Richie Howson, despite the fact he had a bit of a nightmare of a second leg with missed starts at a double, he's talking a really good game and, you know, came through that match by 4 legs to 2. And we saw the permutations, Richie only needing 2 legs. I have a feeling, Henry, he'll know that as well, because he had something similar last night where he needed 3 legs for qualification, and he knew exactly what he wanted there. For a man, this was the concern. He's flamboyant. At his best, he's arguably the best player of the 6E tonight. But mentally, is he up for the challenge? That'll be tested here.
On paper, you'd say it's a toss-up between the pair.
I'll tell you what, that is detailed analysis. That. 2 players, and this is a toss-up between the pair. Honestly, give this man a pay rise, Modus Super Series.
That means I've got to get paid first. Well, the bookies had Richie Howson with the dart, very strong favourite before Dart was thrown to win it. He was 8-11 on. Brian Raman, if you wanted to have a flutter on him, was even money. In terms of the betting for tonight, Raman was 4-1 third favourite. Howson 9-2 fourth favourite. He kind of looked like the value play if you're looking at the each-way market tonight, was the Owl.
Yeah, that was the question I was asked at the beginning of the show, and I thought he was the one that was the value. Beautiful. Just so easy to watch, isn't it? But Howson has that experience as well. He will dictate the pace in this game. And that's something that Raman will have to manage.
Howson will do his own thing, but by doing his own thing, he's left himself a 169. So effectively, he's given Raman 6 from here to break the throw in the opening leg.
Well, expect a 180 again after that first dart.
140.
Beautiful. This is the Raman. He can be the man.
He's left himself on a single to double after just a dozen to get the break of throw that
56.
he needs at some point in this contest. 24, and he's 32, and he's left himself double 12, and this has been a bit of a mess so far.
We often talk about that transition from double tops to double 10.
84.
That double 16 to double 12 can be awkward. We felt he had to be really good in this game, Raman. He can't afford to miss doubles because Richie Howson
59
is not a player to mess about with.
Brian, you require 12.
But nobody's really been able to get anything going tonight. We haven't seen an average above 90 yet.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well,
Brian
didn't
Raman.
need us to tell you what that meant to Brian Raman. 1-0 up, break of throw into the contest. A bit of a settler for the Belgian.
Isn't it great to see people over from Belgium and Holland to support the loved ones as well? It's great to see.
93.
But that was a serious roar of intent. They look happy.
Incredibly, they'll get back home before you do.
Yes, I'm going to take it all to a local pub after this. I'm going to buy you all a pint.
Is that the pub that's named after a piece of cutlery?
With a fork?
98.
Just remember my pint of Guinness, pal.
You are not a Guinness man.
I am a Guinness man.
80.
Other stouts are available.
You are a white wine and lemonade type of guy. Beautiful. Another treble would leave the big fish.
140.
And I tell you what, do you think that 170 goes? Because that's your moment, Henry.
No, I don't think it does.
Oh, wow.
This has got absolutely no chance.
60.
If this goes, I'll walk out.
170.
There's no way this is going. He's not even going to attempt it. He's not even going to attempt it. There you go. Proven right, as ever.
105.
We're not afraid to give plaudits, but I felt like we've been quite constructive with Brian Raman and his career. I tell you what, his focus tonight is off the charts. Arguably the most focused I've ever seen him play.
Brian, you require
Agreed.
65.
I think he's been a player for so long that's played off an instinct, off a feel. Maybe like a fine wine, he's just maturing nicely.
49.
Couple 16 moves on the
Richie,
inside. And in the
require
past, you might have seen a
126.
reaction there. But absolutely stony-faced.
I thought we were going to see a reaction there. I really fancied that finish there from Richie Howson.
46.
Hasn't got it.
Brian,
Raman,
you require 16.
5 missed starts at a double in the opening leg. Doesn't want to fluff his lines here. Wow.
No score.
Wow.
Flashbacks.
Richie, you require 80.
Don't forget, he led that match 2-0 the opening game. This will sting. He has not... Oh.
And I tell you what
is going on, Henry?
That's flicked off the flight and above the wire. And I tell you what, it nearly flicked off the flight and then hit the treble.
Brian, you require 16.
Well spotted, H. Surely this has got to go. He's talking his way into it. What a big dart that is, Brian Raman. Just a reminder, he led his opening game by 2 legs to 0, so he won't get too excited at this point. But inside, he must be very, very happy.
As they say in football, 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline, and Brian Raman has found out that's a apparent fact in darts as well.
And don't forget the scenario here. A huge win for Raman. It's Richie Howson that goes out.
And look, if you've got an opportunity to get rid of somebody like Richie Howson at the earliest stage, get rid of him, because these two could meet again in the final.
Absolutely.
If you've got somebody on the canvas, knock him clean out.
60.
So a reminder, a win for a man by 4 legs to 0 or 4 legs to 1 would mean it's Richie Howson that fails to qualify.
Well, there's been a lot of shadow boxing tonight, but maybe we're just beginning to see 1 or 2 more sizable jabs.
I think what I have seen tonight is very slow burners, but the matches are getting better to the end of the
58.
game. And you're spot on. There's really only Chaz Barstow. If this was a line of success tonight, there's only him that can put his head above the parapet, really, because he's the only one that has looked half decent. The rest have had so many ups and downs.
1 up. Check 140.
Tonsil practice for Anton Mays.
I'd have took the 180. I'd have gone all Ryan Searle there, accidentally, but, didn't see it.
58.
You mentioned deja vu when he went 2-0 up.
78.
Raman leading 2-0, but it's looking really good. That the Howson's going to reduce the deficit by 1.
38.
I'll tell you what, the way that dart was, it was just half an inch under. That was perfect. Just unable to find a way through. Luckily for him, he's got 3 more at that target to reduce the gap
42.
down to 1.
Richie, you require 40.
Ryan just about leaving himself on a finish. How relevant is it going to be? How relevant is it going to be?
20.
It might be,
Brian, you require 164.
Do you know it's easy playing darts? It's the family and friends who've got to watch it when you're seeing your loved ones missing darts at a double. There's that dejected look we've seen from Howson this week, but not punished, because Raman is
94.
typical of a player.
Richie,
That
you require
flamboyance,
20.
but surely no more messing about.
You say surely. Don't call me Shirley.
15.
Anyone but Richie Howson.
That last start doesn't count. Brian, you require 70.
Anyone but Richie Howson. I just thought his experience, he is frustrated now because he knows the situation. He went back after that first game and thinking, I've done enough to qualify now. He's in a world of trouble if this 70 points goes. I think the shake of the head is to do with that last start as well.
Looks like he's about to discombobulate here, Richie.
38.
But he's been given another chance. But
Richie,
this is where what happened at the end of the previous visit becomes apparent now, because he's going to have to spurn one to give himself a look at double two. That's okay. That's very good. And I'll tell you what, you've got to give Richie credit there, because he could have so easily have lost composure amidst what happened. He could have so easily have sunk underneath the parapet.
Game on.
I don't think he 100% agrees with the decision that was made at the end of the previous leg. However, it doesn't matter because he's won the leg.
And just to add a little bit to that as well, I mean, as a dart player, that can also release some certain emotions. That anger can overtake what he was actually feeling there. The fact that he disagreed with the decision could have been a good thing in the end. He threw them darts with nastiness, with anger, because he didn't agree with what the situation was. He's back in this match. 73 and 74 averages.
93.
This is like watching you and Scott Mitchell in an exhibition.
At least I've got hair.
So does Scott.
60.
So like you said, you're going to be booking me for one of your exhibitions. And because it's you, Glenn...
What, you want to double the crowd?
Because it's you, I will double my fee for you.
Okay, there's 10 bob.
Well, that's the most I've ever been paid for one of those gigs.
100.
Anyway, moving on, swiftly on.
Yeah, this could do with a little 140 here from Raman. That first out was inviting, wasn't it? Oh.
44.
It does leave a finish.
The biggest finish on the board. But will he have to go for it?
60.
Doesn't have to
Brian,
if he doesn't want to.
70.
Well, the scoring hasn't been great. The doubles have been pretty average at best. This is a horrible game.
80.
But it's a match with incredible importance.
I just wonder, the open nature tonight has led to edgy darts.
85.
I think you're right, because
Brian,
even with the experience
90.
of the likes of Howson. But as I've said many times, it's typical of Raman just to pull out an absolute blinder. And this will feel like pressure. The fact that Howson's down to a 2 dart means Raman shouldn't consider bullseye treble 8. It should be the 20s. It is. It is. That's what he can do. That's the brilliance from Brian Raman.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw
That's
first.
an exhale of relief, because he knows things could have gone very badly wrong for him there.
Richie Howson is out if he loses this leg.
85.
This Group 1 is about as tight as it can get.
57.
Tighter than your wallet, Glenn.
Drinks are on me afterwards.
Howson wins his leg, then all of a sudden, Zeverboom's changing camp all the time. He might need one of those half and half scarves. At the minute, he's waving the side that has Brian Raman on it, but if Howson wins one more leg, then he'll be raving the Richie Howson side.
58.
Yes, because a 4-3 win for Howson means that it's Raman that is out. So much to play for here.
100.
That is a crazy dart. Tell me how that last dart goes in. Raman having a bit of a nightmare here. It is against the darts.
100.
Maybe a big leg pending for Raman. Howson a ton ahead plus these.
81.
He's left himself on 95 after 12. You get the sense Raman has to fill it up here. That first dart will help. And fill it up he does. And all of a sudden, this 95 is under oodles of pressure.
I like that play. You go to the 20s now. Wondering what the stop was there, because on the picture here, it looks like it's a fantastic marker for the bullseye.
49.
Is that the last
Brian, you
dart
require
Richie Howson
106.
throws in Series 13? Because a man is back for 106. If he gets it, then the Owl will be heading for home. Composes himself, knowing the magnitude of what is in front of him.
You can feel the tension. It looked a good marker. I like that decision from Brian Raman.
Richie, you require 46.
Another opportunity. Surely it's one he takes. He absolutely adores double 16. Huge relief for Richie Howson.
Clinical.
Six-flegged Brian to throw
And although the
first.
scoring in this game has been, at best, stodgy, the finishing under pressure, I know the doubling stats probably won't reflect it, but the last couple of legs where players have had to hit things to survive, they've actually been up to the task.
Yes, as we mentioned now it's the pressure is on Raman, and that doesn't help the situation. Is there another twist in this incredibly close Group 1?
100. $128.
Two big trebles. And now he knows he's through Howson. Can he be free-flowing? Because Zeverboom certainly have that other side of the scarf out now. He will be Team Howson.
Remember, Howson gets the free legs, he wins the group.
39. $100.
Take off. And the thing is, it's almost as if the more impossible the angle, because it's above the wire, the easier he tends to find it. It makes absolutely no sense. But sometimes the most nonsensical tends to be the things that appear to happen the most.
Yeah, two big treble 20s with the last half of the pair of them. He won't be happy when he turns out, because that first dart looked perfect for Howson.
125.
And backs it up as well. Despite the fact he was 3-1 up in this game, Raman is on the ropes.
95. Richie, you require 95.
So this to give us another last leg shootout. And again, it's an ideal guide for the ball, which he's going to get a look at. But he's unable to get. Same combination for
Brian,
Raman.
you require 95.
Richie Howson is through. Brian Raman had an opportunity and takes it. It was a match that was full of drama. At times it lacked quality, but under pressure, Richie Howson kept himself together when he needed to. And then Brian Raman pulls out a wondrous finish at the end. The big two of the group are through, and that's what it means for Brian. He is absolutely delighted. Forget about the stats. It was all about proper match play. Raman and Howson go through to the semi-finals. We go to the final group match. It's Jamie Atkins against Chaz Barstow.
140. He's gone over there. And he looked at me, I had you there, didn't I? Winding me right up, Phil. I'm going to have a go. I'm going to tell him, shut up. How do you keep motivated? How can you not keep motivated? It's your legacy. I'll play him, no problem. I used to smash him. And I won the tournament. I beat Bob Anderson in the final. That tournament got me into the World Championships. I used to beat him, so I knew I got the edge on him. But when you're on TV in the final World Championship, it's still in the back of your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
Phil the Power Taylor!
Yeah, Phil Taylor's walk down memory lane is happening here on location at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series. It's going to take place on Saturday the 25th of April, and that is before the International Pairs Finals. Tickets for the Phil Taylor event, £10, only to hear from the greatest of all time and have a look back at some of those moments that made him the GOAT. Well, he certainly knew how to win, didn't he? But now, whoever wins this match will top Group 2 tonight. Both of them are already going through to the semi-finals. They don't have that jeopardy that the three players in Group 1 just faced. What a breathtaking end to that one. This one more serene, but a chance maybe just to get one over on a player they could potentially meet in the final. As predicted, I have to say, by Henry Deacon. He's alongside Glenn Durrant to talk you through the final group game of the night.
Well, we always make sure we have one expert here on a Saturday night, Murph. Final
First
group
leg is Jamie
match.
to throw first.
And as I say, possibility that
Game
these two could meet again in the finals, so one-upmanship may well be the order of the day, Glenn.
57.
Yeah, I think Jamie Atkins will be one very relieved player to play in a game best of 7 where the only time you're in front is with the last dart. He knows he got away with one. And what happens then is you almost think, is tonight my night? I'd expect to see him a lot more relaxed in this game.
27.
However, that is not the start that he wants. Scores a 57 and 27 against a player who, to be fair,
83.
has been head and shoulders above anybody else this week. But as we've seen a million times at the Modus Super Series, it feels like it's two totally separate competitions, and Chaz Barstow knows that. His 16th appearance here at the Modus Super Series, always value for money. But I just feel there's something slightly different about him this time, where he goes in tonight as a big favourite.
And it's probably been a good 3-4 years since he's gone into an event like this as a hefty favourite. Since those days when he was playing on the world stage, playing the likes of Michael Van Gerwen and putting the task up to players like Michael.
Whereas the past couple of years, he's been very proud to wear the England shirt, as has Jamie Atkins himself. It is a proud moment when you wear that shirt. The pressure feels different when you go to a Europe Cup, a World Cup. All eyes are on England.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins representing England and a roommate of Scott Mitchell's.
81. Jamie, you require 120.
This for leg 1. This for the first blow. Tops it is.
100. Chaz, you require 137.
Well, we see so many players starting treble 19 and 137. That was the strategy for Barstow. Can't finish, so Atkins will be back.
59.
Is he
Jamie,
beginning to motor?
Awkward, has to move to the left. Problem is, it's so close. Actually, there was an air of awkwardness about it.
Jamie
He manages to find a way through and find himself in front.
Same again, though, Henry.
Second leg is
an
Chaz to throw
extremely
first.
slow start to a match. Are they saving their best darts for the semi-finals and final?
Well, let's hope that this night is a little bit like a slow-cooked lobster. Takes a while, but once it comes up to the boil, it is succulent.
96.
Dear me, I feel like I'm a master chef, the professionals. Masterclass, maybe. Add that to the collection. 3 Michelin stars for that.
44.
Well, stick a fork in this leg because it might well be cooked as far as Jamie Atkins is concerned.
83.
Even a maximum doesn't leave a finish.
140. Chaz, you require 98.
We'll stay on treble 20. Down to treble 19. Shouldn't panic at this stage. No need. When you look at double 18, that is a quality finish.
Leg, Chaz Barstow.
I promise you that is Richie Howson and not a Madame Tussauds statue.
Game on.
I thought it was Neil Wilde.
84.
Howson scouting the opposition. Now, there's Neil Wilde also in the crowd. And it's actually one of those interesting concepts. Now, how many times in sport do we talk about winner stays on? Well, in this case, it's the loser that stays on because the loser will be the runner-up of Group 2 and they will take on Brian Raman in about 10 minutes after this game's conclusion.
Do you think there's any thought process about who they want to play in the semi-final?
Not for Chaz. Not for Chaz. He don't think that way. He's one of those players. I call him a darts is on the day type player. He'll just take what happens. He'll face who's in front of him and he'll treat every imposter the same. I don't think he cares about draw brackets. Just bring him on.
And for Zeverboom as well, a guy that when you interviewed him, you could just see how proud and passionate, very emotional in his interview. The fact now he's in the last 4. I mean, you've seen some stories here at the Super Series. That would be one of the biggest ones. He's a rank outsider.
96. Chaz, you require 170.
Well, we call Jamie Atkins the angry fish. Barstow's not going to bet the big fish.
68. 140. Chaz, you require 102.
102 for Barstow. Double top it is.
82.
Just underneath. Atkins looking at 32 to lead this game 2-1.
Game
and it
shot on the
goes.
third leg. Jamie
2-1 to Atkins it is.
4th leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on. 48. 140.
Both players round about that 90 average mark now.
95.
You felt that this could be the final. Interesting that the players who are still left in the competition are in the crowd. Not something I would personally have done.
140.
That emotional attachment as well, when really you want to be in that practice room, almost psyching yourself up.
But in other events,
24.
Big stage events, the family will be in and around certain quarters with the players, and players will spend time with them. They haven't got the luxury here, but obviously they're in the crowd. I mean,
57.
You've played at Lakeside enough to see family in and around kind of a VIP sort of area, and players will mingle with them there. And I think Brian's spoken about that inspiration, hasn't he?
Jamie, 164.
Family has been, and how things, he hopes, fall into place to make life better for them.
60.
And my realisation of my faux pas. Because Richie Howson is still in the competition. What was I thinking of?
45. Jamie, you require 104.
Single 18. Gives himself a dart at double 16.
72.
That doesn't go.
Well, he said he was going to win it tonight, Jamie Atkins, and I doubted him for at least 6 legs of his opening game with Neil Wilde. Somehow he got
59.
through that game.
Jamie, you require 32.
And he's looking very, very good for a tidy 3-1 lead in this one. Lovely marker. It looks still inviting.
16. Chaz, you require 130.
One triple for Chaz, leaves himself a dart at the bullseye to level the game up. And that's the perfect guide. Gets it, bull. Just underneath, but a miss is as good as a mile.
16.
3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Jamie Atkins.
A real tight miss at the bullseye for Chaz Barstow. He didn't even get back to stand behind the hockey when Jamie Atkins pings that double 8.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
He doesn't give much away, does he? But inside, I mean, you can just see the little shake of the head there, but he must be delighted with the situation he's in right now.
No one's been able to get going
81.
at all tonight. Look, if we're going to put this bluntly, because we're the first to praise good darts, but this has been fairly mediocre.
123.
But I think you answered that perfectly earlier. The fact that it's been so open tonight, the fact that there was no real high-profile heavy favourite, maybe that's just given that added pressure because it's there for the taking tonight. And maybe, just maybe, the best is still to come.
140.
And look, how many times you see in these situations players try just that bit too hard, and as a consequence, you don't play your best stuff.
And listen, you can practice
100.
exactly like you did yesterday when we were waxing lyrical about Chaz Barstow, talking the fact that it's as good as I've seen him. He's probably done exactly the same preparation. What I mean by preparation is getting to the venue is on the same time, practicing at certain times. But when you get on the hockey, at this round robin stage, it's just about getting over the line.
38.
Another one of them. Doesn't go. Atkins should at least get a dart at the ball to win this game 4-1. And to win the group and take on Richie Howson in the semis.
86. Jamie, you require 84.
It's treble 16 for double 18. And 2 wins out the 2 for Jamie Atkins. He is beginning to look like the real deal. It didn't start like that tonight for Jamie Atkins, who was involved in a really ropey first game. But you felt that they were the 2 big hitters in that group too. Chaz Barstow will come back and fight for another day in the semi-finals, but that feels like a big win for Jamie Atkins. He dominated in the end, a 4-1 victor. We move on to the last 4.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series finals night, where the group stages have been completed, and it was, well, dramatic stuff in Group 1, a little bit more straightforward in Group 2. We'll talk about all of it with Glenn Durrant in the studio, but we're going to start with Brian Raman, Glenn, because he lost that first match 4-3 to Zeverboom, and then he came back by beating Richie Howson to qualify actually and top the group. What have you made of the way that he's dug himself out of that hole tonight?
It's sort of very typical of Brian Raman's whole career. A player who's very flamboyant, he's very a quick player. Some of his decision making can be interesting at best. But he showed a little bit of resilience tonight, a little bit of grit. His concentration levels were excellent. And let me tell you, this finish is up there with a real top moment of the Super Series. The reaction of a man who's pure relief in the end. The pace of that treble 16 followed by the double 14. He thought he was out at one moment there. It was a strange old Group 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, there was a big release, wasn't there? Raw, and then the relief really set in for Brian Raman. You mentioned it in comps with Henry, got his family here supporting him. That adds that little bit of pressure, doesn't it, and motivation?
It does. The highs and lows of the game it can be within seconds. You know, you pump the reaction with the double 40 and then the realisation that you've hit it, hence the reaction. But then just that emotional moment of like, wow, I'm through. I've still got work to do. So the highs and lows of the game.
Absolutely. Well, that's actually a good place to go to our next feature, because Brian Raman earlier in the week spoke about the highs and lows of the game of darts with our very own Henry Deacon.
Brian, where'd you say darts is at the minute for yourself?
It's not the main priority anymore, but of course I still want to win things, and yeah, that's why I'm here now. And yeah, lost in the final twice now, so it's time for some revenge.
What's it about this place and this format that you enjoy so much?
It's just to know the people more. You're in a practice room with the other 5 or 6 players that you meet in a week, and it's just so enjoyable. Everyone gets to know each other, then you meet each other at a challenge tour or Q school, whatever, and you chat again, and that's what I like about it. You know that I'm one of the hardest ones to spot. That's what Owen Binks always says. And I kind of have to live up to that as well. So every single time I'm here, I try to figure out new routes to get everyone guessing again. So it's not always in my favor, but I do my best in it. It just started because I got bored of darts, and then you started practicing with friends just before tournaments, and you go certain routes, well, different routes that nobody has seen before, and then they actually work. So you do it again in the game, and you hit it again, and then that's where it came from, because then I started enjoying it, because everyone was talking about what I was doing on the board instead of me as a player. In darts, it's not always about what you do, but who you are as well, and sometimes you just have to show it. When I'm in commentary, then I see certain players do things where others are like in shock for why would you go that way? And then I can explain, oh yeah, it's because this of this. And also the commentary has made me realize new routes, and that's nice as well. And it's just to be busy with darts. It's not that the love of the game is not really much over, but it's slowly burning down, and now I want to reinforce that fire, and commentary helps.
How much would you like to win one of these? Because I know this is pretty much close to the top of the bucket list of things that you haven't got in the cabinet yet.
It's top tier now. Yeah, this is the only thing I really want for this year. I haven't done much, but of course you want to win in here.
Yeah, Brian Raman, he's an interesting character, isn't he, Glenn? What did you learn from hearing him speak then?
There's an element of frustration with me, an element of a little bit of anger as well, because he's so talented that there's a time and a place for his commentary. But what I would say to him is that he's got a job now of analysis. And, I've been frustrated and been quite hard, but he knows I'm a fan of his as well, so he takes it as constructive as well. But he's still very much a young man. He feels like a couple of years away from the game, doing things, getting the love back for the game by doing the punditry side is going to be a good thing for him. I'd much rather see him on the hockey than with a mic right now.
And the way you've seen him tonight, it kind of flies in the face of everything that he said, because it doesn't look like a man that doesn't care a lot about darts at the moment.
Well, I'd slightly disagree with that, in a sense that I've seen him more focused tonight than I think I've seen him for a long time. And maybe
he popped into the commentary box early, and again, I give him a little bit of a telling off that he's here to win. But all his answers were coming back quite negatively. Like, I don't play, I've got no love for it, I don't care if I win it tonight. Them sort of responses, when, like I say, he's super talented, he's demonstrated those skills tonight, a fascinating player.
Let's talk about the man that he played in that last match, Richie Howson, because he's been on a bit of a roller coaster himself this evening, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I had him out the competition in the commentary in the last game there. That's how confused I was getting with this one. It's not gone to plan, but the bottom line is for Richie Howson is that the whole week hasn't really gone to plan. He's not as match sharp as he was sort of 12, 18 months ago as well, but he's in the mix. That experience may come, and I'm going to go back to that Group B as well, where at the back end of Group B, he looked $1 million. Can he find that magic again and finish the night with the Richie Howson we know he can do?
Yeah, he almost didn't end up through. Needed 2 legs against Brian Raman there. He got it. Do you think he knew? Would there be an element of relief there when that finally went in? He did just sort of blow there, didn't he? Think it suggesting that he knew, but then at the end of the match, he was furious having lost the game.
Well, he had a situation in Group B where he needed 3 legs, and he knew that as well. So my feeling was, based on the fact of his reaction there, he knew that. And there's an element as a dart player, very similar to the Grand Slam of darts, where you just want to win a game. It's almost like I didn't want to hear that he only needed 1 leg or 2 leg, because it can just have an adverse effect. And maybe that part of it's true. But the bigger picture, he's through now. 4 fantastic players, and he's in the mix.
We've got the 4 that we expected, but Zeresto Zeverboom must feel, it was that close.
Again, like I say, I actually thought he was through, because the excitement from him is that I haven't seen it. Like, it was almost like he couldn't actually believe he was here. He was finding trebles. This was a big win. And watch his reaction here. We saw Raman's reaction when he stopped at that point. There, I thought that's it. There's no way this is going to go. He reset, hit the double, and look at that reaction there. And probably at that moment there, he thought he was through at the semi-finals. But he's in the venue, he's smiling now, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, the guy next to him wants him to take the photo on the phone, but he's on the cameras instead. Great week for him. Just shows what opportunities are here at the Super Series. He's not going to take his tonight. Let's go to the other group, Atkins and Barstow. We'll start with Chaz. Looked $1 million in Group B. What have you thought of him this evening?
Not $1 million. Just did enough. I think he thought he may have dominated tonight, but it's not easy. You can look brilliant, and he did in Group B. It was fabulous to see him. His 180 hitting was staggering. He laid the foundation. He was hitting his doubles. He had that belief and confidence. But when the crowd comes in and better players are hitting you hard, it hasn't gone to plan. He's had a loss as well, so he's got to bounce back from that as well. Henry felt it was going to be an Atkins versus him in the final. He could be right on that one.
Well, let's talk about Jamie Atkins then, because we said it at the start of the show. As the week's gone on, he's got better. He's now 2 wins away. He's a real contender to lift it, isn't he?
He was very bullish early doors. I had a little chat with him and said, apologies, I've picked you to win it, Jamie. And he said, I am going to win. I will win it. And for 6 legs of this opening game with Wild, he was second best. For me, this was the dart of the night. I mean, Raman had a special moment on double 14. And again, look at the reaction to these players, because the standard hasn't been amazing tonight. I don't think we've gone over the 90 average yet, but it's been full of drama. And it's going to get better. I think the semi-finals are set up nicely now.
I tell you what, it's a real family affair in here tonight as well, isn't it? They've all come to support their loved ones.
I think it's great. From Holland, from Belgium, from the UK as well. It's great to see. And as a dart player, sometimes you just need that one voice. It's not about the amount of people you use, the pressure there. Sometimes just that loved one there supporting you can be the difference.
And that's what Neil Wild had. And he mentioned it in his interview, just that one big support for him and his partner Helen, who he said he owes a lot to. He's not going to let defeat tonight ruin the fantastic week that he's had here, is he?
He's made me smile this week. The joy for him to be here. He was hardly winning ADC matches. Then somehow he said, he started getting some results, got to the top 32, won his qualifier. And he's had that real balance of like that steely determination when he's been motivating himself.
but almost with a smile on his face as well. It took a magnificent finish to see him off there, but I hope we see him again soon. He has been first class, and I think I've made a new friend.
Yeah, still smiling. Great to see Neil. Hopefully we will see him again here at the Super Series. He's been a fantastic addition, but he's not going to be in the semi-finals. These are the 4 players who are, and these are the fixtures that you are going to see for the rest of the evening. Brian Raman in the first one against Chaz Barstow. Jamie Atkins against Richie Howson. You said at the start, an opportunity, Glenn. I'm looking at those fixtures and I just do not know which way to lean, do you?
No, I mean, they're both 50-50 games. Which Raman are we going to get? Can Barstow bounce back from that defeat? Atkins is beginning to motor. I just think there's something about Howson that the best is still to come from a fascinating semi.
Do you think it may suit him that he's in the second semi? Because it did boil over a little bit. We saw something really uncharacteristic when he threw a dart away in his match, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He looked really frustrated at that. And I think he turned that negative into a positive by checking out on that one. I think the only one I would consider there is Barstow on the back of a defeat to go straight on there. How's he going to react to that one? But it's a real pick 'em.
It certainly is. And one of those 4 players will make it through to Champions Week and add their name to the Roll of Honour for Series 13. Glenn, this series we've seen Steve Green and Keanu Van Velzen, 2 unexpected champions in the first couple of weeks, but then Radek Zhiganski off the Pro Tour. Derek Coulson is just a fixture. You might as well write his name in before he's even played. Graham Hall, Scott Taylor, a former series winner. Neil Duff always seems to be there as well. Rising stars in Nathan Potter and Jack Drayton. It's shaping up to be a great Champions Week, isn't it?
Yeah, from week 4 onwards. Once Coulson got there, we knew we had a headline act there. Weeks 5 to 9. Jack Drayton's a proper player, you know. I'm really excited for him in the future there as well. Neil Duff, you know, he is Mr. Modus Super Series as well. It's warming up nicely, and the winner tonight will be a welcomed addition.
Let's just have a quick word on this first semi-final then that's about to take place, a meeting between Brian Raman and Chaz Barstow. What kind of game are you expecting?
It's 2 players that it's very difficult to try and predict which version of Raman and Barstow we're going to get. It's going to be a real tough one, but Barstow has been the better player. Maybe he's just a little bit more measured. I think he might just get over the line.
What do you make of this? He's up there by himself at the moment, just have a bit more stage time.
But isn't that Brian Raman as well? Very Dimitri Vandenberg as well. He would walk on with seconds to go before you're playing them. 2 different characters, 2 different styles of preparation.
3 more matches for Glenn Durrant at the Super Series. Go and enjoy them with Henry. Hope you enjoy them as well. The semi-finals are about to get underway.
It is. That's what he can do. Brian Raman had an opportunity and takes it. He's back to that trusted double 10. He was the bookies' favourite going into tonight.
Well, Glenn was mentioning the potential mind games from Brian Raman. Take a look at this. He came on the stage and then Chaz Barstow left it. I'm not sure for what reason, but if there are a few little shenanigans going on, they are both playing them. Who knows? It's a riddle, isn't it? And the Riddler is hoping that he can find the solution this time around. Raman looking for that first success here, remember, at the Super Series. Twice he's been beaten in the final. Is he going to get to another here? Takes on Chaz Barstow, has had that success here before, and Glenn Durrant has left the studio, made his way back to the commentary box, and he's alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, dreams can only be made of that. 3 World Championships, a Premier League win. Nothing's quite like sat in a church next to me. Raman and Barstow semi-final number 1 for Chaz, a former weekly winner here in the past. Brian Raman looking to do so for the very first time, and he's looking to get through to a final for the 3rd time here. He got through to the final in the previous series, lost to Carl Wilkinson in Series 12, Week 1. That was all the way back in September. It's been a year since Chaz Barstow made it through to a final. The 19th of April last year, Series 10, Week 12, where he was runner-up to a certain Jared Cole. Hello again, Glenn.
Yeah, I thought it was a really tough analysis of these semi-finals. I don't really think about this game, Henry, because the preparations were so different between the pair of them. Barstow was on the stage very early. Raman was standing there blowing kisses to his family, and I think it's a really tough one to call. How do you see it?
I think both players want to forget everything else that's happened so far tonight because they have not played anywhere near what we know is their best level, or even maybe even a B game level. Particularly for Chaz Barstow, who
59.
swept through Group B like a tornado. Averaged 92.36 over the course of 8 matches. And you look at his performances tonight, 89 averages the pair, but it's just not looked likely. No one's looked likely. We're going to be brutally honest about it.
I mean, the positives for Raman, he's talked about his role now as a commentator within Belgian darts now.
45.
And it's interesting that he's just taking his time to the hockey now. This is a player who can throw 3 darts as quick as Ricky Evans. He showed a little bit of maturity here tonight.
133.
And I've liked that side of things. The positives for Chaz Barstow is that he's still in the competition because he has been the best player of the week.
Brian, you require 105.
His Group B campaign was superb. But it's Raman quickly out of the traps here.
39.
But that's not ideal.
However, Barstow's nowhere to be seen.
135.
Although he's a little bit closer now.
Brian, you require 66.
Well, we've seen this hit already tonight. Looks like it's a different routine. Just maybe double checking. Maybe did he think it was 76?
50.
Just a little bit scrappy. Once again,
Chaz,
Henry
require
Deaton shaking his
105.
head. Frustration in the comms box. Frustration on the hockey.
65.
Nothing's
Brian, you
looking
require
likely.
60.
Everything's looking scrappy, edgy. Players are getting a lot of second chances. Oh, my.
11.
And he's tried to bust it, and even that's not working for him.
Chaz, you require 40.
Look at the reaction for the family. And again, he needs to get in that zone. It's an
Game shot on the
individual
first
sport.
leg, Chaz Barstow.
And you can look around at your family. There's the family of Chaz Barstow there. Can they be the
Second leg is
inspiration for
Chaz
him?
to throw first.
He
Game
looks
on.
more in the zone. Raman, I want to see a little bit more. I've admired his concentration levels. Now he's almost looking at the family for help.
140.
Might need plenty of it.
But the thing is, we know for as scrappy as it has been and as inconsistent as it's been for Chaz Barstow, we also know that he's got purple patches in him and he may just nick this leg and he could perhaps rally off a few. But it's interesting that Raman just trying to sting any momentum that Barstow could have created just by
81.
pedestrianising the pace.
Yeah, is he trying to weaken the strength of Chaz Barstow? Likes rhythm. Is it to the detriment of his own game? Because Barstow has hit that purple patch that Henry alludes to. This is so unlike Raman.
Well, we've seen in the past that Barstow can
90.
deal with you in minutes.
$49.
And remember, Barstow's a long way back in the opening leg. Raman was in full control, lost it, and now he's all at sea in leg 2.
100. Chaz, you require 132.
I like this play. Just needs to be careful here. Very
92.
sensible. No consideration of going down for the double 16. Just leaving that tops, and Raman in a world of trouble. Just averaging 76 at the moment. And this strategy of really taking his time doesn't seem to be working right now. He can play at a ferocious pace.
85. Chaz, you require 40.
Also easy for Barstow right now.
Game shot on the second leg.
Beginning
Chaz
to
Barstow.
hit his stride. 2-0, 13 darter. And I'm assuming one of Chaz's
Third leg
mates
is
there.
Brian to throw
Now,
first.
come the end of play tonight, Chaz
Game on.
Barstow will be heading on a cruise tomorrow.
Well, I can let you know that his friend is actually called Dave.
100.
There we go.
Stop rabbiting on.
93.
There's Chaz and Dave. Rabbit.
83.
Expert punditry here in the Modus Super Series. You're just shaking your head once again. But it's not about the darts this time.
57.
I'm just glad that you're out of here with comments like that come the end of play tonight. Bring back Mitchell. Hi, Dave.
It's the funniest thing you've ever said. Nothing
58.
funny about the performance of Brian Raman at the moment. Not really sure. Nothing often puts Chaz Barstow off. Just a little look over the shoulder there.
57.
It has to start now, Henry.
96.
Has to start now. He's just got to hope that Chaz doesn't find something makeable here, because I get the sense Brian could do with a little bit of
42.
leeway.
Brian,
If it
you're
gets a bit tight and
164.
Barstow leads himself handy, I just get the sense tonight Brian might buckle.
84.
It's that consistency, isn't it? I mean, the highest average of the night so far is 89.31. We labelled this a night of opportunity.
54.
It's proven to be that way.
Brian, you require 80.
Is it a case of who can hold it together? Raman has been pretty woeful so far. However, this leg is looking good. And he is a type of player who can all of a sudden just go 12 darts, 12 darts. I like that play. He'll stay there. He'll be back for double 16.
Yeah, not the most likely play with Barstow not on a finish. However, he's going to be very much of in
98.
touching distance
Brian, you
if this
require
32
32.
doesn't go.
Game.
Move back
Shot on
into the
third
game.
leg.
2-1.
Brian Raman.
I think this is a big leg for both players. Barstow with the
Fourth
darts.
leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
Been much the better player
Game on.
so far. Can Raman find something? He won't like it when he turns around, because when Barstow hits that perfect first dart, you know the rest is coming.
80.
The rest, as they say, is history.
$95.
Oh, yes, please. Absolutely tremendous. Come on, Chaz.
From absolutely nowhere, Chaz Barstow could be on for the perfect leg. He missed double 12 for it on Thursday evening. Is he going to go
100.
one better here?
Chaz, you require 141.
He looks composed. He looks measured. He looked incredibly focused, and focused he must stay.
100.
When you're on for the 9, that release of adrenaline, which you can see now. Now he's got to get back in that zone, because this has been the perfect leg for him.
Yeah, potential 11 darter to put himself one away from the final.
He's 2 from 2 on the double so far.
58.
He's finding his trebles.
41.
Is he finding his stride?
2 10s.
21.
Has got time on his side.
$42.
You
Chaz, you
clearly
require
see
20.
Raman has sped up now.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chaz
But is
Barstow.
Chaz Barstow too far ahead for Brian Raman? He's tried a bit of everything. He's
Fifth leg,
tried
it's
playing
Brian
just
to
with a
throw
bit
first.
more
Game on.
pace to his game, Raman. But that was brilliant. The 180, 180. The 7th start and the one on the 141 finish is the hardest. We said the best was to come. Raman needs to be brilliant.
Well, that's not too little. He'll be hoping it's not too late.
55.
To a certain extent, this is a little bit of a free hit for Barstow. And if he loses this leg, he has the darts in the next.
But just to add to that, Henry, the fact that it'd only be 3-2 in a match that Barstow's dominated. Yes, he's got the darts. I think he wants to get it done now still.
140.
But it's Raman with an 80-point lead plus these.
No, I know he wants to get it done quick. He's got a cruise to catch in the morning.
128.
Well, Raman was all at sea at the beginning of this game. Is he beginning to find something? Should move.
134. Brian, you require 108.
But not there. Should have gone down to the 25s or bowls. He did the right tactic. So time on the side for Brian.
Well, Barstow basically has to pile in a 140 and hope that Raman blinks. That's got to be the situation as far as the Prince from Winchester is concerned.
I like treble 12 here.
Brian disagreed.
Yeah, 68 points left. That would have left 32. His go-to double.
85.
Be interesting if he goes big 20 for the double 16, then you wonder just what the thought process is right now. But he's back in this game. Barstow leads 3-2 on his throw. Big moments.
He has the darts for the match. The insurance policy now has to be cashed in for the Winchester man.
All Raman wants to hear here is a score under a ton.
121.
He does not want to hear that after that first dart. Raman has to respond.
He hasn't.
45.
And that is music to the ears of Chaz Barstow. He has this game now exactly where he wants it. A vice-like grip.
But 45 means he releases that grip and gives another opportunity to Raman. Can he hit this? Can he hit the sweetest treble 20 with the first? Well.
24.
Well.
If you're Chaz Barstow, you must be thinking, my man is gone here.
My man or Raman?
Two more games.
121.
The 1-2-1s have been good for Chaz Barstow. Brilliant in the qualification process. Lost his final game in the group. But is he on the cusp of another final? The only weekly winner we've got here this week. Is he on for another?
$100.
Well, Raman took his time, not to much effect. Barstow with time and space. Big kick-off with the last.
That was a seriously good dart.
However, a risky dart as well. He had to hit that because if he had hit the single, it would have been on a bogey.
Yeah, I don't think the decision processes and the thought processes and the decision making by the players tonight have been brilliant.
119.
However, Barstow averaging over 93 at the moment. Just nice and straight with that. Oh,
44.
They're making it hard tonight, H.
That just sums tonight up. It's been edgy, scrappy. Indecisive at times. The man looks ready to
46. Chaz, you require 75.
shake the other man's hand and say, well done, son. Because Barstow looks at double 12, double 6. That was the one thing he didn't want to do. Couldn't afford to come inside, and all of a sudden he could have huge problems.
Especially have more problems if he can get down to a finish.
98.
Them three darts are telling me he thinks this game is over. But as we all know, double 3 can get a little bit smelly.
No score.
Unbelievable.
Brian, you require 130.
Is there another twist in this tale? This isn't a tiddler, but the Riddler is looking at the 130.
He needs the treble. Doesn't get the treble. How many
58.
chances do you want, Chaz?
You require 6.
This is your moment.
Awkward. Moves across. Gets there in the end. And Chaz Barstow's in yet another final, a year on from his previous one here with the Live Lounge. He's looking for a hat-trick of titles, and he's one game away from doing exactly that. He gets the better of Brian Raman in a cagey semi-final by 4 legs to 2. Jamie Atkins and Richie Howson's coming up next.
take this now to make sure double 12 for the match and the title. And he's got it.
Simply Steve West.
He wanted to do it on a Saturday. It's on.
Double 12.
Tops.
Game's on the second.
And 112 checkout.
All those thoughts and all those feelings have come to fruition.
Darren Cole!
Game, shot, and the Modus Super Series.
No mistakes from Gemma Hayter
as the champion. It's matched out. Keegan rolled back the years in the most sensational fashion.
Should have used the ball on that last dart to get himself that 2-dart possibility. But it's a match dart.
Game shot.
What a turnaround from Ben Robb.
Sometimes you're getting away with it and sometimes you're not. And you don't get to choose which way round it is. Game shot on the second leg.
Willie Borland.
So for the match, it's double 16 to wrap up a 4-1 victory.
Game shot and the match, Steve Beaton.
Steve Beaton. And it is another week that is delivering a really super stacked Super Series field. Look at that. Steve West, Big Rig Ben Robb returning, Willie Borland also back at the live lounge. And look at the bottom of that group, Double Dutch. You will be seeing Double Wesley and Danny Van Tripe are going to be competing against each other. Twin brothers in Group A. Group B sees Gemma Hayter, Keegan Brown and Steve Beaton return to action. And the informed Simon Stevenson joins Scott Robertson and Jared Cole in Group C. All gets underway on Monday. And half of them will be here next Saturday, as we had 6 become 4. That's now become 3 tonight. Chaz Barstow beating Brian Raman in the first semi-final. A controlled performance from Chaz to win 4-2, and he's through to the final. We're about to find out who will join him as Jamie Atkins takes on Richie Howson.
It's double top for the match. It's double top for the semi-finals. He only needed one dart.
He'll use that as a guide. He'll just nestle on top of it. He'll look at double 18. He will smash double 18 in.
Game shot.
And he makes no mistake.
So who will be chucking against Chaz in the final tonight? We're about to find out here at the live lounge. Jamie Atkins has already shown he can handle the pressure, warming into the week and coming through a deciding leg match earlier on to secure his qualification. Is he going to get that rematch with Barstow, who he did beat in the final game of that group? To do so, he'll have to beat Richie Howson. Has been up and down all week. Is always one of the better finishers, though. Does usually find a way when it comes to the clutch moments in matches. So it could come down to those chances. Who will take them? Barstow waits in the final. It's Atkins against Howson for the second spot, and Glenn and Henry will talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. 2 players who have definitely got better as the week's gone along. However, I think tonight both will be slightly disappointed in performance. For Jamie Atkins, that opening game he had with Neil Wilder, it could have been over before it really started tonight, but he found a way to win that game with his last dart, a punishing dart at double top. That set himself going, and he backed that up with a fine win against Chaz Barstow. And congratulations to Chaz, he's through to the final. And for Richie Howson, maybe round about midnight last night, he possibly thought he wasn't even going to get through in Group B. But he found a way through real excellent darts. He talked very positively about his opportunity and chances tonight.
Game on.
I just have a feeling we're yet to see a real blockbuster game, Henry. We've seen a lot of drama. I have a feeling that these two could produce their best.
Still yet to see the blue touch paper get lit on this Saturday night. But Chaz Barstow will be licking his lips because he is the first man into the final. Who is he going to face? He's going to face somebody who's got scar tissue when it comes to finals before. That's guaranteed because both players have played in weekly finals and both players have lost weekly finals in the past.
96.
Yet to see a 90 average. If one of these three players who are left can just find their A- game,
60.
they will be taking their place on what is now looking like a very balanced, full of experience and youth Champions Week. It's looking a brilliant Series 13
100.
finale, that's for sure. And listen, next week, it's stacked.
It is filled with some big names, big CVs, big reputations, and a bloke who spots here every now and then.
100.
Well, last time out, both of these players fell flat at the semi-final stage because Richie Howson lost out to Neil Duff in Series 12, Week 3 at the Final 4. Jamie Atkins lost out in Series 11, Week 11. Didn't play in the last series, lost to Steve Beaton in a semi. Not the first, not the last.
140. Jamie, you require 164.
We'll manoeuvre around the board for sure, up to the 20s. I was about to say good board management because that leave at least a ton by going that way. Opens the door ajar for Richie Howson. Can he back up that score of 100 and a 140? This could be your answer. That's absolutely beautiful.
Richie Howson.
What a shot from Richie Howson. Second ton topper of the night. Both have gone the way of Howson. The 116 and the 141.
The great 9 darts there, Henry. 100, 140, 141. And what was a fairly slow start for Richie Howson.
100.
I think we both felt that Richie Howson was the value tonight. I think we both felt that Jamie Atkins would get to the final tonight. And I think we both agreed that Chaz Barstow's been the best player.
131.
Yeah. The cream has risen to the top.
Beginning to come up to a boil, like that lobster we spoke about earlier. And Richie Howson getting his claws stuck in.
I just felt we were looking for a performance. Richie Howson is averaging over 105 at the moment. Jamie Atkins is averaging 100. This is the game we've been waiting for.
This is it.
97.
We have liftoff. Howson first to a finish after 9, but how handy can Atkins leave? This is a really strong leg against the throw for the Midlander.
58. Richie, you require 164.
Well, the route for Jamie Atkins was to start in the 19s on 164, the more traditional route for Howson. But you have to say both of them
Jamie, you
made a real mess of that. Atkins will be going for the champagne 132. What a dart that is. We've just witnessed brilliance on the finishing from Howson.
92.
Well, plan B, okay for Atkins. It might be brilliant again from Richie.
Well, he's been forced into brilliance here, and he's going to get a look at double top. He's going to get a look at double top. He's done it again.
On the second leg.
He's done it again. Richie Howson 2, Atkins 0, and it's back-to-back ton toppers.
Third leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
He's not getting a break, is Atkins.
Well, just going to the introduction from Chris Murphy said, under pressure, Richie Howson can often depend on those doubles. A 141 checkout, a 118 checkout. Atkins starts his third leg with a 180. This is a proper game.
We really can get our teeth stuck into this. The problem is Jamie Atkins has to find something special at some point in this game. Howson's given himself a bit of a cushion, a bit of a luxury in this semi-final.
60-year-old now, Richie Howson. the real story of the World Seniors.
60.
But it's been a week where he started slow. Group B, he started slow, but he finds a way to win. Maybe he just needs to get those aching muscles to get that
41.
repetitive action going, because right now he is looking fantastic.
Man who probably uses DP as his regime to keep things going. At least that's what I've been
100.
told is what happens at that age, Glenn. Is that what happens when you move a bit of the old DP on the muscles?
Why are you looking at me?
Well, there's the senior resident in this commentary box.
100.
Great camera angle there, just to see that last dart go into the treble 20, but Howson can stay there, but he's looking down at the 19s. He's so
94.
often...
Jamie, you require 120.
Decides to stay on the 20s bed. Jamie Atkins, his emotion hasn't changed, his demeanour hasn't changed. He looks focused.
100.
Well, that was closer to busting
Richie,
than
you
it was
require
hitting the target.
150.
And Howson here has already had 2 ton toppers, the 141 and the 118. Is he going to find a hat trick?
Wow.
Is he going to find a hat trick? No is the answer this time.
I was watching the reaction of Atkins. It was almost
Jamie,
like, here we go again.
20.
It looks inviting, but it's also a must hit this double 10.
Game shot on the
Super
third
dart
leg.
from
Jamie
a very, very good
Atkins.
player. He's back in this match. They still believe. 6-7.
Fourth leg.
But there was a point where Jamie Atkins was at 6s and
Game
7s in this contest. But he's back into it. And all of a sudden, Howson being forced to cash in the break he got at the start of the match.
My 3-year-old grandson talks about 6-7. What is it?
I've got no idea. I've got no idea.
Thanks for your detailed response, Henry. Oh, that's good. Not only are they going in, he's piercing that treble 20.
180.
That. Can you have a great 180?
What I like to call a pinhead max. However, it could be totally irrelevant if he comes up dry here. Big tickle for the last.
This is a very enjoyable game. We've waited all night for this matchup. Proper darts.
138.
Lovely setup play from Richie Howson. Atkins with that incredible 180 to open up it. Needs to move. Does move, hits the treble.
94.
Both down to a finish.
You require 167.
Howson first poke. He's not going to find the 167. How handy is he going to leave it?
59.
Still
Jamie, you
in
require
3-figure range.
131.
Treble 20.
And the disappointment for Jamie here is he'll probably think this was the chance to get that break. A real
33.
opening. And I've got to be honest, he's made
Richie,
a bit
you
of a hash
require
of it.
108.
I think a bit of a hash is an understatement. That was a horror show. Treble 19. Because he's so good on double 16. It's not a nice finish, 98. But it might be a finish that he
46.
needs to hit.
Jamie, you require 98.
There's one word that comes to my mind right now. Clutch. Can he come up clutch? Can he come up clutch? Knows the answer. But Howson himself may only get one
Richie,
dart
you
and a double
require
here.
62.
Felt like a big dart. It's been a masterclass of finishing so far from Richie. Just needs to take his time. 44 points left, and we know he loves double 16. There's the 12. Under
Game
pressure,
shot on the fourth
Richie
leg.
Howson
Richie Howson.
delivers.
There's something to be said about shots like that.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie
Under
to throw
pressure,
first.
knowing if you miss,
Game
you're
off.
probably being pegged back level, and then you're duly obliged. Now, if you look at the stats, it's his lowest finish of the match, but it might well be the most seismic check he
57.
takes.
Just 6 starts at a double between the pair of them and 4 being hit. I don't think the averages really do the justice of this game. It feels better than a
97.
92 from Jamie Atkins. It feels better than a 93 from Richie Howson.
Averages are only a guide, Glenn.
96.
Averages are only a guide.
You're not going to mention the semi-final of the Premier League, are you? No, good. Oh, this is good.
140.
This is two players producing the goods.
90.
Good pick off at the last, keeping Howson on it, although he has overturned the throw in this leg, the Owl.
Can I take you back about just less than 24 hours when we interviewed Richie Howson in the early hours of this morning?
84.
I felt he come across like he actually believed he could do this tonight. He said he was going to go drive home, go and pick up his partner. He's going to prepare and he's going to fancy his chances to win tonight.
180.
Is he turning the screw?
Well, his preparation was to go to a Greek restaurant this afternoon. But he ain't going to be playing in the plate. He's hoping to be playing in the main event.
100.
He'll
Jamie,
fancy his chances on that 80. If he gets an opportunity does. Chaz Barstow is already through to the final.
75.
Are we about to get our
Richie, you
dream
require
final for
80.
tonight?
Should get at least a dart to do so. Can he climb his way to the top of tops? And that would have put him to win a game of climbing the mountain.
Well, 65
Jamie,
again,
you require
decision to be made.
65.
You would think to go centre of the board under the circumstances. So many options. What a great dart that is, Jamie Atkins. He takes a step back, not once taking his eyes off double top. Can he get back in this game?
No, he can't.
45.
The width of a wire might be the difference.
Richie, you require
Head in
40.
hand, possibly resignatory. Because Howson returns for tops to return to the final.
Game
Twice
shot.
a
And a
runner-up.
match.
Richie Howson is hoping that third time is the charm. He's into the final to take on Chaz Barstow, having got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1. For Jamie, he got better as the week went along, but it was a stretch too far for him tonight. Richie Howson is looking to complete the week with a first weekly title. 2 top plus checkouts at the beginning of the game kind of swung the pendulum in his favour. He's into the final. He takes on Chaz Barstow in about 10 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now have the final locked in place, and that's after Richie Howson got the better of Jamie Atkins 4-1 before the break. A fantastic performance, some clutch finishing from Howson to really lay a marker down in the match, and Atkins could not recover. So it will be Chaz Barstow against Richie Howson. Barstow before that beating Brian Raman in the first semi-final. Glenn Durrant has joined me in the studio for a chat. Glenn, it's well, you kind of said dream final. It's got a taste of two players who know how to go and win tournaments, and an opportunity tonight for us to see a really good final.
Yeah, I liked your introduction about Howson, and it proved pivotal in the end because his finishing was brilliant. I think he's a great addition. He's a great player, and at 60-year-old, he's still providing his best. And he's got better throughout the night in Group B and tonight as well. And for Chaz Barstow, he's been head and shoulders the best player this week. And sometimes when you have that favourites tag, it can be quite tricky to deal with. It was a strange performance from Raman, but I think it's the final that a lot of people wanted.
Let's have a look back at those semi-finals then. You say strange from Raman, but in terms of Barstow, he just did his own thing as he always does, didn't he?
And that was the difference between them. I mean, some of the decision-making from Raman of playing slowly, playing quickly, whereas Barstow just did his own thing. Huge amount of relief. He'd missed 3 darts at that double 3 to win that game, 3 darts before. You can see the reaction from Brian Raman. He's almost like so near yet so far, whereas Barstow just held his ground and a deserved winner in the end.
What have you liked about Chaz, not just tonight, but the last 3 nights?
His 180s have been good, and like I said, I've seen him play some blisteringly good darts in my time, but I've also seen him on that stage not be the same player. And when you do go on that downwards trajectory, sometimes it's hard to bounce back. But I think he's given me enough evidence this week that his game's in a good place. And the word he used yesterday was he's got increased belief. And I think it's really good for him moving forward.
Almost threatened the 9-darter as well, didn't he? We could maybe see it in the final.
Yeah, I mean, he went. The 7th dart is the hardest dart in the 9-darter. If that one goes, you've got then the adrenaline is pumping there. But the job was to get to the final in the end, and the 9-darter would have been the icing on the cake.
Just couldn't do the 1-4-1, could he? But Richie Howson could put the 2 players together and we'll get a perfect leg, because you mentioned that finishing from Howson in his semi-final, and this kicked it off, really. That is a fantastic way to start off a race to 4, isn't it? 1-4-1 against a throw when your opponent's waiting on something smaller in the first leg.
He actually started the leg very slowly. Then he went ton 40, and then the 141 checkout as well. And he was just beginning to manoeuvre on there. He is good under pressure. Like I said, I think Barstow's the bigger scorer, and I think Howson's the better finisher. So there's a real ingredients there for a really good final.
His nights, even his week, in fact, has kind of turned around from where he would have been on Thursday at the end of play, early Friday morning, even to how he was feeling in the match against Brian Raman earlier tonight. Is he looking at this final as a bit of a free hit almost?
A free hit, I always think that's a bit of a loser's mentality. There's no free.
That's my mentality.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
There's no free hit at the Modus Super Series. I would say to both players that this is a massive opportunity. There's a great payday here, an opportunity to go into Champions Week, and Champions Week now is almost life-changing for these amateur players. So that's the one thing I would say to the two of them. It's great that you got to the final. No, you've got a massive opportunity. Both players know that they can beat each other. Like I said, you need to grind it out. You need to provide your best. Like I say, it could be the scorer against the finisher.
But he's not the only one who's been hitting big finishers this week. It has been a fabulous week, week 10 here at the Super Series. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Gets it, double top. Stupendous from Salate.
That was pretty red label stuff where you shouldn't touch it.
Well, he missed the ball for the big fish in the previous leg. He finds the top to the 1-4-2 in this.
Play this game and then come back tomorrow, play 5 games and try and figure something out. Oh, he's figuring something out here. He's figured it all out.
Shot in the first leg, Jamie Atkins.
Get the break in to win the opening leg, and that's the perfect guy for the ball. If you can find the treble with dart 2, does exactly that to the bullseye. Oh, what a start!
Shot in the first leg,
what a brilliant start for Neil Wild. Really? Really?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He's going to get time and space. May need the 3. May only need the 3. Oh, that's another barnstormer for Barnes.
For Chaz, but it's 1-2-6 now.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Johnny Barnes.
That's a good start. Double 18.
Game
4
shot.
or
And the
1-4-7
match,
check
Chaz
out.
Barstow.
Treble 19 then. The double. Oh, what
shot on
a
the 4th
shot.
leg.
That's going to
Richie
hurt. A
Howson.
1-5-5 check out for Howson to level. Treble 18. For the bullseye. Oh,
Game shot on the
smack bang
6th leg.
in the middle.
Chaz Barstow.
What a dart.
Round. Triple 18. Leaves the bullseye. Le hit.
Game shot on the 1st
Le
leg.
magnifique.
Jamie Atkins.
Great 1-2-4 from Atkins.
141 points away from perfection. And it's still on. Triple 19. Gets it. Double 12. Oh, just a whip of a while away.
Yeah, that would have been the cherry on the cake of what's been a wonderful week. Glenn, look, he's threatened it tonight as well, Chaz Barstow. We've had one in a final before. It's a type of match where we could see one, isn't it?
Absolutely. And did you see who he was playing when he missed the 9-darter there? He was playing Richie Howson.
Wow.
So maybe, just maybe, they're going to save the best till last.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's look ahead to the final then. I mean, sometimes we can oversimplify things, but is it as straightforward as Chaz's scoring against Richie's finishing?
Well, that's my feeling in the game. But one thing I've learned about the Modus Super Series is never try and preempt a game. It could be the total opposite in this game. I just think you've got two players there who really believe they can win this game, and that's really important. Sometimes we're that focused on statistics and averages that, you know, tonight's been some brilliant match play. You use the word drama, and that's what it's been about tonight. And the whole week was about opportunity knocks, but I also feel that the cream has risen to the top in the end, and I'm excited we're going to see a really good final here.
I get the sense that Chaz is kind of a laid-back guy. Henry's been saying he's rushing off to get on a cruise tomorrow morning. I mean, that would be perfect preparation for Champions Week for him. But Richie, is there an argument that that desire is really there to get to Champions Week? He mentioned it in his interview at the start of the night, didn't he?
Yeah, and again, talking to him last night, he's had a little bit of personal news, which has maybe taken that motivation away from darts as well. But there's no better feeling. You know, when you're a dart player, there's no better feeling than winning games. To win games on a Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series is what it's all about. You know, we saw the reaction from other players tonight, and like I said, and I think we'll see a reaction whoever wins it, and whoever wins it then becomes a big player Champions Week because they've got bags of experience, these two, and both fantastic players.
They say styles make fights, and we've got two very different styles here, haven't we?
You're going to see that Richie Howson will dictate the pace, but he won't dictate in a sense like Raman, who tried to slow the game down, speed the game. With Richie Howson, he's got this quirky, unique style of throwing the dart, and he's a little bit quicker than he actually comes across when you play him. So I don't think that's going to be a deciding factor in this one. It could be clutch doubles.
Absolutely, and look, he's had a bit of a warm-up for that with those checkouts in the semis.
Yeah.
What does Chaz need to do to... I mean, I guess the easy answer is don't let him get there.
Yeah, like I said, when you're playing someone like Richie Howson, you know if you're going to give him an opportunity, the likelihood is he's going to take it. I think for Chaz Barstow, he'll be thinking right now, I know I'm going to outscore Richie Howson, because you've got to make it about yourself. You don't want to worry that I'm going to win the game if Howson doesn't hit the doubles. He has got to be thinking, I'm going to outscore him. Can I take my opportunities? This is my opportunity to do that.
I am going to ask Dr. Durrant for one final prediction here at the Super Series, and I'm going to give you a bit of help. I can tell you that Richie Howson's won the bullseye. Does that change anything for you?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Richie Howson. Like I said, I went for Jamie Atkins at the beginning of the week. I just like the way that he's just coming to a crescendo at the conclusion. Is he saving his best till the end? I think Howson nicks it.
Right, let's find out if Glenn gets it right. The final is about to get underway.
Awkward. Moves across. Gets there in the end. And Chaz Barstow's in yet another final. A year on to the final. twice
shot.
a
And the
runner-up,
match,
Richie Howson. Here we go, it's time for the main event here. It is Series 13, Week 10. It is time for the final. You're joining us live here on Pluto TV for the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the finalists. Firstly, could you meet a two-time former weekly winner, the Prince, Chaz Barstow, and the former World Seniors Championship finalist, the Owl, Richie Howson.
Yeah, the MC getting the players onto the stage is the multi-talented Henry Deacon, who will be making his way back to the commentary box next. And speaking of multi-talented, that man there, Richie Howson, can certainly be placed in that category. Great fisherman, keen artist, anything he turns his hand to, he seems to be good at. And darts is no exception. Chaz Barstow, though, has designs on making it through to another final here at the Super Series, and this should be a very, very intriguing, exciting and interesting matchup. Howson, 60 years of age now, the Legends League champion, was won on this stage, but can he make it to Champions Week for the first time, or will Chaz get the better of Howson this time? There's a bit of vocal support there in the audience. Both players have got friends and family here tonight. In fact, every player's got friends and family here tonight. It is time to get the final underway, and Henry Deacon is alongside Glenn Durham.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. I called it the potential dream final. That's the way that I see these two players. The heavy scoring power from Chaz Barstow. He has been the best player this week, for sure.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But there's just been something about the way that Richie Howson has been finishing his campaigns, his nights. He's just got better as the week goes along. And how pivotal and how important
41.
will winning the bullseye be if it goes the distance? Not the start that he wanted, but Henry Deacon, this has the ingredients to be a really good game.
140.
Indeed it is, and it'd be remiss to start this game without saying what a pleasure the last 4 years have been, my friend. The first game you ever commentated on here was won by Scott Williams, but who's going to win this one?
140.
Well, thank you very much, but I've gone for Richie Howson, but the best player of the week has been Chaz Barstow for sure. It's been an absolute pleasure to witness every single game I've seen on this stage. Modus Super Series creates stories. Is it going to be the 60-year-old Richie Howson, or has it been Chaz Barstow, a player
45.
heralded as being a really top player a few years ago, played on the professional circuit? Darts is about ups and downs. Is he about to peak again?
135.
And this tends to be the perfect time to peak at Champions Week. We've seen a couple of former series champions in the past, including a certain Luke the Nuke Littler.
60. Chaz, you require 92.
With first poke, 60 from 92.
What a dart that is.
60.
That was for a potential 11-12 dart breaker throw. The good news for Chaz Barstow is that he'd be back. Howson still in the practice area.
He won the second semi-final, so he's had the least,
140.
shall I say, amount of time to prepare for this final, as Barstow now looks at double eight. Gets it, 14 darter. Rather routine opening leg break for the Prince.
And just to highlight the fact of his
second leg is
the heavy
Chaz
artillery, the big scoring power of Chaz Barstow. 14 darter with 3 missed darts at a double.
Well, we said earlier on tonight, he's got those scoring purple patches in his locker. And we said earlier on this evening, this format is indicative of a marathon up until this point. This is the period of time where you need to streak clear. And we commentated on a final here 3 years ago between Scott Taylor and Andy Bolton. All week long, Andy Bolton was the best player that week, was averaging about 92, 93, 6 days straight. But what did Scott Taylor do in that final? He averaged 107 and blitzed the X Factor.
Yeah, and I see the similarities between Barstow and Taylor. I think incredibly talented players. You can see that Howson has to work hard at his game. That quirky throw, that unique style of throwing the dart, where at his best, Chaz Barstow can make the game, like Scott Taylor, look very, very simple.
It's an enigma in Chaz Barstow up against somebody, Richie Howson, who has worked very hard to get what he's got in his career. However, he's going to have to find another ton-plus finish, you feel. Barstow over 180. Howson's had 3 ton-toppers tonight. He might need a 4th here.
Well, if he is, he needs treble 17. It's been a week of massive finishing, but it's not to be for Richie Howson. Barstow looks absolutely sensational right now. But just have to take a moment there as Howson just took his time with that last start.
He's in a mean mood, is Chaz Barstow. Tops are 2-0.
25. Richie, you require 64.
His scoring magnificent. I said, is it the scoring power against the finishing? The scoring power tick for Barstow. Finishing tick for Howson. 1-1.
As you were, a best of 7 has become a best of 5.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Happier player for me, though, is Richie Howson. Barstow's outscored him. Pummeled that treble 20 bed.
100.
5 missed darts at a double and 2 legs for Barstow is the reason why it's 1-1.
Well, Howson feel like he's got away with it. He's got away with one. He's eaten up a life. But now he has to kick on. That first dart is sat succulently for him. Sumptuous.
140.
And that 140 ekes him in front on throw. There's Neil Wild. What a debut week he's had and what a time he's had.
134.
This night will not be remembered for averages where we didn't see one over 90 in the qualifying. We'll remember a final with staggering averages. And right now, both are peppering that 100 average. Both are hitting each other with everything that they've got.
26.
Well, all of a sudden, this final is beginning to change face somewhat. Howson 1-0 down. Looked for all the world. He's going to be 2-zip behind. A 6 here from the 136 to get his nose in front.
This is classic Modus Super Series. Not once this week has Richie Howson been the best player. He never misses double 16.
Richie, you require 32.
He never misses it.
Game show on the third leg. Richie Howson.
Howson is in front and halfway towards a first weekly title. He's won at the Legends League before, but that was a specials week. And this has been a special game so far. 14, 15, 14 for the first 3 legs.
Proper darts.
93.
It's one of those types of game where you feel 93 may not be enough.
93.
Classy from Chaz.
He had a game this week where he had 5 180s in one game already. After 3 legs, he's hit 3. Richie Howson hits his first. Blistering stuff.
You know, he spoke about shadow boxing for the most part tonight. These two are beginning to hit one another with haymakers.
98.
He'll fancy his chances on that 130 the way he's playing. He'll expect to get at least a treble one of his 2 darts.
Howson slipped.
45. Chaz, you require 130.
And Barstow doesn't have to go for the bull here.
Again, just a little look over. I like that. He knows the situation. Treble 18 or bullseye will be the target area.
90.
Target area hit.
Tops after 12 to level up at 2-2. What a final this has been. Well, if you're going to bow out, Glenn, bow out with a bit of class. 59. And this game has been class.
Require 40.
Yes, it's not about me. It's about two fantastic dart players, given everything they've got. We've got parity with 2-2. It's effectively now a best of 3. Bring it on.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But Barstow still has to overturn the throw again.
$60.
It's that 180 hitting of Barstow.
$28.
Is Barstow buckling here?
No. That is just an error that he'll have to rectify. You can see him behind. That's telling me he actually feels good about himself.
81.
It's Richie Howson. That's the most difficult to read. He doesn't often give much away. It was a wow with the last dart because that was a stinker.
59.
Brian Raman. The Riddler. Another close shave for him, but the wait for that elusive first weekly title goes on.
140.
And when you get to this stage now, when it's effectively that best of 3, the body just feels a little bit different. The arm feels, now it's instinct.
140.
Now it's that muscle memory. Now it's that belief. The mentality of the game. Your brain is telling you things. You're going to do this.
40.
Well, the first few legs were superb, but now we're getting towards the cagey part of this final, you feel.
I feel he should have moved with that second dart down to the 19s
100.
bed. On 2-7 foot. Just those little subtle decisions. Absolutely nothing to separate these classy operators.
Howson has a glance over, heads down for the 19s.
94.
And leaves himself an 86. Might just be a dart at the ball, but he's left himself with an opportunity to go one away. How handy could Chaz leave this? Picks up 2 trebles. This has to go.
86.
What an important passage of play we've got here. That was a mega setup from Barstow. Where on earth has that gone?
It's that diversion again. We saw it earlier on tonight. That flick of the flight causing him problems.
Chaz, you require 40.
A rarefied look of frustration on the face of Richie Howson. Barstow to go one away. He's looking at tops. And he gets it, pins it, top corner. Barstow one away, and he has the darts to win it here, Glenn.
Sixth leg is Chaz to throw first.
The best of order in the crowd. The best of darts on the players. And under pressure, Chaz Barstow. He's been head and shoulders the best player this week.
134.
That doesn't always transfer into a finals night.
Is Barstow making the big move? The big move to make it through to the big week.
55.
What he'd give for one of his 180s now.
100.
A ridiculous amount of 100+ finishes. We're only 180 away from 200 this week. But the tension is palpable out there right now.
100.
Chaz Barstow is 267 points away from a 3rd weekly title. A return to Champions Week after 2.5 years away.
85.
Last time he did so, he beat Leonard Gates in the final. That was back in November 2023.
41.
And Barstow is closing in, Glenn, on another weekly win.
Even more with that first dart. So many options on 102.
140.
But the best option of all is to hit another treble 20. Howson has given absolutely everything he can. But that's likely to be his final dart of what's been a brilliant final. And it's champion Chaz Barstow. The brilliance of Barstow. He has been head and shoulders the best player this week. And he really puts himself in the mix for Champions Week. He's a top performer. The heavy artillery was out there. His scoring has been magnificent. For Richie Howson, I just want to say that age is no barrier. At 60-year-old, he once again produced the goods. But Chaz Barstow is our champion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn. Chaz Barstow, he turned it on for the final as well, didn't he? Look at those numbers, an average of just shy of 102, 40% success on the doubles. 3 of those magnificent maximums that Chaz continues to produce in the final as well. Howson goes down 4-2, so near yet so far once again for him, but it is brilliant Chaz Barstow who will be lifting the trophy once more. Before he does though, let's hear from the Week 10 winner talking to Henry.
Yeah, Murph, thank you very much. Chaz, many congratulations. Saving your very best for the very last there against Richie Howson. It felt like at times hard work tonight, but job very much done.
Real struggle tonight. Wasn't really on my game, like you say, until the last couple of games, and then, yeah, so happy to get over the line. Just I know the game's in there, but when it's sort of not happening, but then I think Rich missed a shot to go for something. As soon as I got in front, I wasn't going to lose that.
What clicked towards the second half of the night for yourself?
Just the fact that it's more important games. There's more pressure. I don't mind the pressure. It's like the bigger the intensity of the game, the more I sort of seem to find it. So that's all it was.
In terms of that game against Richie, there was a potential that game could have ebbed and flowed a little bit. Richie getting himself back in the game, but then you just managed to pull away when it mattered.
Yeah, well, I watched Rich in his semi-final and he just didn't miss. He didn't miss a double, and I knew I had to play, so I was kind of putting the pressure on myself, but I know my game, so I knew I could get there.
It's been a little while since we've seen you in the Williams enclosure. Third time you won a week at the Super Series, but going back through the records, November 2023, the last time you won a week here.
Is it that long ago?
That long, yeah.
Well, I've changed that. Go on!
And for yourself now, look, we spoke earlier on this evening about how this could be a bit of a springboard for your season and how you could really kick on from this. What kind of opportunities, challenging? Because I get the sense you've got a bit of unfinished business with that.
I know my game's up there with anyone's game, and if I can carry on, just continue it, I know I can achieve big things. And this will spring me on to do that. So brilliant.
Championship, Chaz at it again.
Go on!
Right, Chaz, many congratulations. It's time for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Week 10 is the Prince, Chaz Barstow!
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff from Chaz Barstow, enjoying his moment as well, and right he should. You said it, Glenn. Fantastic all week. He's been the standout player, and sometimes the best man just can't be stopped from winning.
Yeah, and that's not always the case at the Modus Super Series, and I'm sure that may have been on his mind, that you know you've been the best player, but I've often said it's a different feel on a Saturday night, but he's dealt with that favourite tag very, very well. His scoring's been magnificent all week. He now becomes a real major player come Champions Week.
He certainly does, yeah. You can see him there taking the congratulations of not just his own friends and family, but some of his competitors this week. Brian Raman amongst the first there to wish him well. The trophy in his hand, the medal round his neck. At these moments, these Saturday nights, I know, Glenn, it's the last time you're going to be here with us in this capacity. It is something different, isn't it? It's great to see darts players kind of being able to step off the stage straight into the crowd, and for the crowd to have that close-up experience.
Listen, the camaraderie and the teamwork between the players and everything to do with the Modus Super Series is up there with the very best. All I would say to Chaz is remember them moments as well, because what I'm really pleased for Chaz about is the fact that he was talked about 4 or 5 years ago. He was producing average, which people were like, who on earth is he? Then when you have that dip in darts, it's very hard then to get back on that upward trajectory. But he's there. He represented England last year. I felt like that was a big moment for him. He's playing some really good stuff now. And as Henry's just said there, he's back in the winning enclosure now, and that's a good feeling for him.
One of the things in darts as well is you never really know when someone's going to kick on and go to that next level. As you said, it looked like he might be doing that a few years ago. Could this be the springboard?
Oh, absolutely, it can be. I don't know if that's down to some practice that he's been doing. Is it the fact that it's just been incremental, or if he's working
differently, or preparing different, but he just felt like he looked a different player this week. Even from his interviews, he was talking with a lot of confidence, a lot of belief as well. And listen, you know, this was a week where we said opportunity knocks. I think differently now, because I think he now becomes one of the favourites.
Talk us through that performance in the final then, because he certainly saved the best till last, didn't he?
Well, we called it this heavy scoring of Chaz Barstow against the incredible finishing of Richie Howson. And the 3 180s were hit early doors there. I mean, he was pummeling that treble 20 there. So he was down to a finish within 9 and 12 darts very often. The question was, can he hold his nerve? And there was a big dart at double tops at 2 each there. And it just nestled in the corner there. And for me, that was the real moment. And tops has been glorious for him there, and that is the reaction. That's the feeling that you get. You can see the disappointment there from Richie Howson, because it would have meant so much for him moving on there. But I'm absolutely very proud of Richie as well, getting to the final. But the night belonged to Barstow.
Yeah, more of a word on Richie. He'll go again, won't he? He'll have another go in the next series, and if it's not that one, the series after that. That's the type of guy he is.
Yeah, like I said, I've called it age is no barrier for him. At 60-year-old, he's still producing the goods. He's openly admitting he's not practicing like he was. That seniors was big for him. He was the story of that. But that's got to give him some confidence that, despite the fact he's not playing as regular, he was only a leg or two away there from victory there. It's not often you see him so disappointed, because he's such a great loser as well. But I think he knows he's missed an opportunity there, but he'll bounce back.
Let's just recap then what we've seen in the semi-finals and final tonight. So Chaz Barstow got the better of Brian Raman 4-2. Richie Howson a 4-1 win. Brilliant performance, brilliant finishing performance against Jamie Atkins, but he couldn't get down to finishes in the final. Such was the superior scoring of Chaz Barstow, which means that it is Chaz that is heading to Champions Week, and this is the lineup so far. Just 2 spots left to be filled, Glenn. Look, after the first 2 weeks, we've been saying it every week, and if they're watching, we mean it with no disrespect at all. You're there on merit, Steve Green and Keanu Van Velzen, but it was looking like it might have a very different complexion on Champions Week. However, now we're seeing a fair few familiar faces make it through.
Yeah, I felt it needed a big name. And like I said, when Coulson got through on week 4, that felt big. From Sajansky, from Graham Hall, Neil Duff, Scott Taylor's an unbelievable player. Then when you add young Jack Drayton into it, Chaz Barstow's got to be in the mix now. Champions Week, and I'll be watching every single dart of it. Let me know that.
I know there are still 2 places to go, but from the lineup you just saw, is there a standout favourite for you?
Coulson's the best amateur player in the world of darts right now. He would get my vote, but I like the look of Jack Drayton as well. Oh, listen, it's a tough one. If I was putting the spot, Coulson right now, but week 11 is stacked. So the winner of that next week's got to be then become one of the favourites.
Are you ready to watch some more highlights?
I'll watch darts all night.
These are your highlights, Glenn.
Right.
Yeah, Glenn Durran is on his last night with us at a Super Series, and we've put together some of his best bits.
Glenn Durran, I don't think he's quite got the rules.
Harold Pilgrim hasn't hit a 180 today. Watch it go in now. What we call the commentator's curse. Dankeschön.
Good stuff from Glenn. Yes.
190.
Maximum. I do believe, actually, Glenn, that Henry Deacon is going to be addressed as a mummy.
No, you've misread the brief. He's going to be dressed by his mummy.
Good luck. I love you so much.
Oh my God, it's the baby boy!
Suddenly feel a little bit rough.
Oh my God! Greg, get off of it! Get off of it!
I want to talk about Group C, Glenn.
I can't understand your problem. It's almost like you can't see me. Are you okay?
I want to be part of it. Pie face, if you're watching, come and get it, because you're getting it.
I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it.
Very good, very good. He's got a bit of swagger about him. Yeah, thank you is a sentiment that everybody here at the Super Series has for you, Glenn. It's been fantastic working with you over the years. I'm just looking back at some of those moments. It's been a lot of fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, I must admit the Jamie Durrant interview was the #1 highlight there. And listen, I owe the Modus Super Series so much, more than you'd ever know. When I first met George about getting an opportunity, I mean, I daren't listen back to those early games there, but I've loved every second of it. The evolution and the movement and the camaraderie, the teamwork, the production. Let me tell you, the Modus Super Series and the partnership with Pluto TV as well is up there with the very, very best. And I'm very proud and I'm very honoured to play a part in that. And like I say, I'm your biggest fan. I send you a photo every Saturday night that I'm watching it. That won't change.
You'll still be watching.
Absolutely.
Just tell us what's next for you. One of the reasons that you've decided that you've had to leave this behind.
I mean, listen, if we were based a little bit more up north, then that wouldn't be the case because I genuinely love my time here. But, you know, I've been getting opportunities because of Modus Super Series in the world of punditry and journalism that I still want to explore and still want to do. I've got a role within the PDPA as well where I don't feel like I'm giving my best. I want to maybe just put a little bit of extra time in that because the welfare and the game is just in a spectacular place right now. And I just want to make sure that the things behind darts are correct as well, making sure that the players are getting everything that they want, the conditions are the best, and there's lots of things I want to do. And listen, my #1 priority is that I'm a dart coach as well, so I want to become the best dart coach in the world. I once wanted to be the best dart player, now I want to be a coach, but you know, I'd love to finish on the fact that the Modus Super Series is in the heart. I've loved every second of it. Relationships have been forged. And yeah, I won't forget the time, and thank you very, very much.
Wonderful words. It's been fantastic to work with you. I mean, at this point, I would like to present you with a big gold watch or something, but one thing that hasn't changed is the budget, so that's not going to happen tonight, unfortunately. But look, what are your favourite moments, not in terms of yourself, but what you've witnessed here at the Super Series?
Yeah, the Andreas Harrison finish to beat, to win the series, the 1-2-1 was special. I think that 1 hour of Daryl Pilgrim, it was nice that he was on the, that was the highest ever average, the 9 darter, the Scott Taylor beating him despite the 118 average. But there's just been the quirkiness as well, just the really funny moments. That I seem to get Halloween week an awful lot. And I think they were saying something about my looks there. I'm not so sure about that one. But I've just, most importantly, just generically, it's been fabulous. The way you've regenerated what was an idea, and now you come to arguably the best place to play amateur darts right now. I played a part in that. That's something I won't forget. And yeah, it's been brilliant, brilliant memories.
And just a final word on tonight. Look, last prediction was wrong, but Chaz Barstow, he deserved the victory, didn't he?
He was the best player this week. Heavy scorer. He's got bottle when he needs it. And like I said, now he's got to enjoy the moment, go enjoy his break. I don't know how much of ideal preparation there is, but I think he becomes a major player in what's going to be a brilliant Champions Week.
Well, Glenn might be departing, but there's plenty coming up on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV, and he'll be watching it, of course, and straight after the live darts ends tonight, we're going to take a look at some strange grips in our Break of Throw series, where throws are analysed by our premier pundits. And then tomorrow afternoon, a tungsten talk with Martin Adams. In his own words, that's certainly worth a watch. Series 13, Week 11 starts on Monday morning at 9:30. You're not seeing double. We are having twin brothers play in the same group. And don't forget, on the 20th of April, International Pairs 3 gets underway. The Welsh team returns, Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry, but there is plenty of exciting pairings then. But as for tonight here at the Super Series, well, it was brilliant by Barstow. It belonged to him. And once again, Chaz is through to Champions Week. Good night.
Game shot.
Boom.
Zeverboom.
It's back to that trusted double 10.
Game shot.
He was the bookie's favourite going
Barstow.
into tonight. He'll use that as a guide. He'll just nestle on top of it. He'll look at double 18. He will smash double 18.
Game shot.
And he makes no mistake whatsoever. Richie Howson.
He'll go down to the 19s. Back to the bull. And back to a 1-0 lead. That is absolutely superb finishing. Under the circumstances, that is some finish.
Top for the match is double top for the semi-finals. He only needed one dart.
Right, treble 8. It should be the 20s. It is. It is. That's what he can do. That's the brilliance. Brian Raman had an opportunity and takes it. It's treble 16 for double 18. And 2 wins out the 2 for Jamie Atkins.
Awkward, moves across, gets there in the end. And Chaz Barstow's in yet another final, a year on.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Twice a runner-up, Richie Howson.
Of what's been a brilliant final. And it's champion Chaz Barstow. The brilliance of Barstow. He has been head and shoulders the best player this week.
Chaz Barstow!
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game